very auspicious historic date. Tonight, we have 4 public hearings for site plans. And we have administrative board work first, where we get our business done. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve. And then I know we have some discussions with town staff, and we'll do that first, and then get into the plans. So, let's see, Al's gonna be late, but I will appoint Roger to vote for Al until he shows up. Then Ted's not gonna be here, Jeff's not gonna be here, I'll appoint Ted to vote for Jeff. So that gives us, we have 7 voting members, that's a quorum, and we can proceed with the meeting. I just want to note for the board and everyone who was here that Kelly has had a promotion, and she is now the assistant town manager and also the director of economic development. She'll be doing that along with her planning duties, so you'll be definitely multitasking. So congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yep, we're very proud of you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, we have 2 sets of minutes to approve. Those,
Pledge of allegiance, the pledge.
oh, pardon me. In fact, I have to do my exit, emergency exit stuff. So just want to let everyone know, this room has 2 exits, or on the right-hand side of the audience, the front of the room, the back of the room. We have to, leave for any reason. We ask you to proceed to the exit closest to you. Go outside the building, move away from the building, don't come back into our fire officials have instructed us to do so. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Linda. We're getting on the roll there.
This is what
Yes.
happens.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll get to our minutes. We have November 2nd and November 9th. I'll take those separately in case someone wants to abstain because they probably were not present at a meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the November 2nd, 2022 meeting minutes.
Second.
Motion by Jake, seconded by Bruce. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? And the chair votes affirmative, and the minutes of November 2nd are approved.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the November 9th meeting minutes.
Okay,
Second.
motion by Jake, second by Bruce. Any discussion on the minutes of November 9th? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Chair votes affirmative, and the minutes of November 9th are approved.
I need abstention. I was not
Oh.
here on the 9th.
Don't, Ted abstain for the 9th.
Thank you.
And Jake has done his duties. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, so as of now, we got 8 voting members, so.
Sure.
Any regional impact determinations, Kelly?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 2 this evening.
Okay,
The first is an application for design review of a subdivision plan to subdivide 11 Sergeant Road, map 9, lot 42, zoned AR1, into 13 single-family residential lots. Bruce L. McKay and Peter Wright are the owners, and DHB Homes is the applicant. And staff is recommending that this project is not of regional impact.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
actually, I'll take both of them together.
Oh, okay.
Do it one motion.
The second is an application for design review of a minor site plan for a change of use to add a service establishment, a barber shop, and cigar lounge as uses at 80 Perkins Road, map 15, lot 55, zoned mixed-use commercial. KAK Real Estate Holdings LLC is the owner and applicant, and staff is recommending that this is not a development of regional impact.
Okay, thanks, Kelly.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, second by Ted, motion by Jake. Any discussion on the regional impact? There are 2 of them. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, and, okay, Bruce abstains. Chair votes affirmative, and motion carries. Okay, discussions of town staff. Anything, John?
Nope, nothing this evening.
How's the bypass?
No more bypass. No more bypass, just alternating traffic.
It's all done?
No, alternating traffic. It'll be
Alternating,
done-
okay, yeah, the way it's been for the last, all right, several weeks anyway. so,
Correct.
Yeah,
Yep, by
Okay.
the end of the month.
good.
Yep.
Thanks. Anything, Kelly?
Just a reminder that we have our training next Wednesday with NHMA
Yes,
prior
we-
to
We're
our
meeting
meeting.
at 5:30 next Wednesday, and that's meet with our attorney. And that's from the Municipal Association, and we'll be in here. It's a non-meeting, so it's as if the meeting doesn't exist. That's by statute. We can meet with our attorney and discuss things basically in private.
And the second item is an extension request for 7,200 square foot warehouse and wholesale building and associated site improvements, 3 Enterprise Drive, map 15, lot 62-3, zone C2, located at 3 Enterprise Drive, or owned and applicant is 3 Enterprise Drive LLC, and they're requesting a 120-day extension to meet the conditions of their approval.
Okay, what would be the date for the 120-day extension?
I did not get that far. Let me see if I have it.
Let's see. Make it for our first meeting in March.
I believe so.
I haven't looked that far ahead in the calendars, so. I got as far as January, which is hard to believe.
I believe that's the 8th
8th of January, okay.
of March.
March.
Of
Mr. Chair.
March, okay. So that would be an extension to the 8th of March, 2023.
Sorry, it's the 1st.
Off the
It's
first?
the 1st.
Well, the second one, I mean, well, they probably want it sooner, so, just in case, as long as they have the time, so.
Yeah.
So it'll be to March 1st of 2023.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for the extension request to approve their 120-day extension to March 1st of 2023.
Second.
Okay, motion by Jake and second by Ted. Any discussion on the extension? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions? And the chair votes affirmative. Motion carries. And 3 Enterprise Drive LLC has been extended to the 1st of March of 2023. That's weird saying 2023. Okay, we'll go to anything else to discuss from our staff? Seeing none, and I don't have anything other than we need to be here at 5:30 next Wednesday. You're on vacation, Roger?
Nope,
Nope?
I'm back. It's a 4-day vacation,
Oh, a quickie.
weekend, actually.
Okay, a weekend, okay. Seeing none, we'll proceed and to our new plans. First one is a public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan for the construction of a proposed 5,984 square foot warehouse, repair, office building for commercial snow and landscape management and associated site improvements at 2 Kitty Hawk Landing, tax map 17, lot 5. This is zone industrial 1. Outdoor Pride Landscaping Incorporated is the applicant, and SWCE Holdings LLC is the owner. And completeness,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the applicant is requesting a waiver to the requirement to provide a utility clearance letter for electrical service per item 11, Roman numeral 11, 5A of the checklist. Staff supports a waiver for acceptance purposes only.
okay. Any questions on the waiver from the board? If not, I'll take a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion by Jake,
Second.
second by Ted. Any discussion in regards to the waiver that is just for, completeness only? Further discussion in the public hearing. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and motion carries. And that makes it complete. And I'll take a motion for completeness.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Jake, second by Ted. Any discussion on completeness? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and the application has been accepted as complete. This starts a 65-day time clock in which this board has to render a decision, and also starts the public hearing. So who is doing the presenting for this? Okay, gentlemen, just identify yourselves for our records, please, and we'll proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Jason Hill. I'm a civil engineer with TF Moran. I'm here with Mark Aquilino, who's the owner of Outdoor Pride Landscape LLC, who's the applicant for this project. I was going to have Mark give a brief intro on his business and then just get into a walkthrough of the proposed site plan.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mark Aquilino, president of Outdoor Pride Landscape and Snow Management. Our family business was started back in 1988. My parents moved to Londonderry in about 1991, so I lived in the town for a long time. I was heartbroken by the loss last week of the football boys, especially that I moved to Bedford. So we're super excited about this. It's kind of funny. All roads lead back to Londonderry. We're currently down the road. Found this site perfect for our setting, for what we're looking to do, and I'm excited to have a discussion about the property and answer any questions that you guys may need me to answer. Thank you.
Okay. Now we get into the nitty-gritty.
So, as Mark mentioned, this is a commercial property maintenance, landscaping and snow removal business. It's not a retail operation. They're at 500 Harvey Road, as well as there's multiple satellite shops or what have you around the state, Seacoast region and mass portions of northern Massachusetts. This is a good opportunity to, they're limited in their capabilities in Manchester and looking to, potential future growth and more space here in Londonderry. So that's the purpose of this project. We met with you, seems like forever ago. It's probably spring, with a similar plan. We've been putting together the plans and going through some technical reviews, meeting with Conservation Heritage, and bringing you this plan here with, which is, constitutes, the changes per the technical review. On the face of it, it's a very similar plan that was reviewed. We have a proposed, if you're all familiar with the neighborhood, I can skip the location and site context. This is on Kitty Hawk Road. It's at the intersection, Kitty Hawk Landing. This is an industrial zone property. It's at the intersection of Grenier Field. It's the northeast quadrant of the intersection of Grenier Field Road. It's across the street from what I believe it's a go-kart track, and just to the east
Midget racing there a long time ago.
was it there? Yeah, it looked like there was also there's the go-kart track, and then just to the east is a fire station, and to the north was a distribution trucking terminal. I think Kluber Lubrications has recently occupied that site. And then to the west, there's a vacant parcel with a detention pond, which was developed as a part of this original subdivision around 2000. So this project would be to, this site itself has been prepared and subgraded for a development you approved for SW Cole a few years ago, which never proceeded. So we have a pad site essentially, similar layout, obviously a different user. We have a proposed, looking at a 1,664 square foot office with attached 4,320 square foot warehouse and slash maintenance shop on the east side of the site. We have fleet parking and a large, approximately like a 1 acre yard area on the east side of the site with covered storage bins, which are shown there as kind of a concrete hatch. And there's brine tanks in the vicinity, in the backyard area for their brine snow removal operations, which they utilize. We have parking in the front for essentially office employees, as there's no real retail or customer activity coming to the site. And we have essentially the remaining portion of the yard area as a knit pack gravel surface. And so this rear area is for, storage of some of their equipment, such as plow blades, front loaders, some skid steers. And the reason for the knit pack is that some of the equipment will chew up the pavement, and such that it's the most efficient way to finish that type of activity with that type of a gravel surface. We have, just looking through, we have the existing curb cut off of Kitty Hawk Lane, which is on the north side of the site. We're proposing to widen the curb cut to accommodate just they have larger trucks for deliveries and just trailers. So this will be a widened entrance. I believe it's 32 feet wide, as opposed to the current curb cut, which was laid out for the original project. And then we have just typical plantings, perimeter plantings, facade plantings along Grenier Field Road. And then we have an enhanced on the southeast corner where you can see a bunch of, it's essentially evergreen shrubbery to provide an enhanced, there's a residential district boundary. So we're hitting that area with a dense evergreen screen to obviously to screen the property harder from the residential district. Finally, we have this property is, as I mentioned, there's a detention pond that was built, on the opposing parcel on Kitty Hawk Lane, which was designed to handle the runoff from this project. So that's where the runoff is designed to go. And so there will be some just general maintenance done to that pond to accommodate the project. And finally, we're proposing along the frontage of Grenier Field Road a road maintenance easement, which will benefit the town, and the purpose being that there's a existing roadside swale which would be maintained via this easement, could be maintained via this easement. Traffic, there's an off-peak traffic distribution from this type of use. It's a low traffic generator, given the nature of the use. We've submitted a traffic report that's been reviewed by the town and its consultants. And finally, just the architecture, if you could load, Kelly. Just a view of the building, the elevations. The elevation view would be, this is a view from Kitty Hawk, the front. And so this is a pre-engineered structural building. It includes, restrooms, a break room, offices, a second floor office and training room with an exposed cathedral ceiling, and then the maintenance warehouse in the back that has 3 overhead doors along the north facade of the building. The building's made of EPS, it's an EPS building, metal siding, metal roofing. I'd say it has an agricultural shop or shop style architectural look. The roofing will be black, siding light gray, trim black. Wainscoting would be a charcoal finish, and then the porch, which is on the right-hand side of this view, is a charcoal, and that's that. So we've gone through technical rounds, 3 rounds of technical comments, and I think we're pretty close to having completed them, to addressing them. And so tonight I'm just presenting this plan for an open discussion, and thank you for your time.
Just quickly, what do you have for signage?
Yeah, at this point, we've got building signage only proposed on the front of the building, and I think the plan for that would be to come back. He was gonna develop some freestanding signage and then implement that at a future point in time. So we haven't proposed
Come back as like an amendment to the,
yes. That's
okay,
correct. right?
I'll go to staff, John.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll go through the design review items. Item number one, the applicant indicates a Londonderry sewer discharge permit has been submitted on the checklist. It appears that the Londonderry stormwater permit will also be needed. The applicant should submit for and obtain all project permits, indicate the permit numbers on the plan, permit table on a cover sheet, and provide copies of all permits for the planning department's files. Item number two, the latest update submission includes proposed offsite improvements to the existing downstream detention basin on budding lot 5-3 on sheet C10. The applicant shall verify the proposed changes to the existing detention pond are acceptable to the Department of Engineering and Environmental Services, and if needed, to update the design as acceptable to the department. Item three, the applicant's site plan design on sheet C3 proposes a roadway maintenance easement along Grenier Field and a drainage easement along the existing drainage pipe and swale along Kitty Hawk Landing. Again, the applicant should discuss the proposed easements with the Department of Engineering and Environmental Services, and we'll straighten that out. Item number four, the applicant should label the location of snow storage areas in the updated operation and maintenance manual for stormwater management system. Item five, the applicant has not provided construction detailed drawings in this latest submission, sheet C11 to C15, per the regulations, so needs to submit those, make sure they're all part of the plan set. Item six, we're requesting that they verify the DRC comments from the Planning Department, the Department of Engineering and Environmental Services, and the Sewer Division be addressed, please. There's one board action item which we took care of, that was a waiver request. One board info item, that being the proposed access drive at Kitty Hawk Landing is dimensioned at 28 feet, does not comply with the regulations, that being 24-foot maximum. But again, the planning board can grant an exception up to 36, so again, it's just more of a board informational item. I'll let Kelly touch on the landscaping. One other item, though, I do want to bring up is, again, as Jason said, they had done a traffic analysis, and again, it's just a quick analysis that they had looked at. With this particular site, they had done a rationale method, and they had determined there was 50 to 60 trips that were expected. One thing that we don't know is, again, we're always concerned with what the offsite impact will be at the intersection of Kitty Hawk and Grenier Field Road. So one thing that we had asked them to do, like they indicated, they're located off of Harvey Road. We had agreed to go out to Harvey Road, do a traffic count at that intersect or that driveway. However, that particular driveway, there's more than just outdoor pride in that facility. So that would have been useless. The numbers would have been skewed. So one thing that staff is recommending is that they put monies in an escrow. That way, when they get settled in to Kitty Hawk, at number 2 Kitty Hawk Landing, what they can do is go out there and actually perform, again, traffic analysis, again, to get the true traffic counts that support their trip generation estimate that they prepared. And then again, the traffic counts at the intersection of Kitty Hawk and Grenier Field, and see what, if any, impact that their business has on that intersection, so it can be addressed. That's all I have.
Okay.
I'll let Kelly talk about
Thanks, John.
landscaping.
Kelly?
Thank you. The applicant's narrative states that outdoor storage for materials and equipment is intended, and that a significant portion of the area will be gravel surface. Per our regulations, outside storage shall be visually screened. In addition, per the site plan regulations, the regulations state that where principal or accessory use of a lot is not enclosed in a building, the planning board shall determine the parking and loading area required to service such use in accordance with Table B of this section, which are our parking regulations, or calculations, I should say. So staff would advise the board to discuss the parking with the applicant to get an understanding of whether or not this is sufficient.
Okay.
I think what would be helpful, Jason, is if you can kind of elaborate a little further on that screening that you're showing to the east of the building and along Grenier Field Road.
The screening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Believe it or not, it's the lot that's kind of across the street from the fire station that's actually
Yeah.
zoned residential. So that's where the,
So we have specified a combination of evergreen trees and also some low-lying shrubbery to cover the lower area. And the trees consist of white spruce and Austrian pine, which is they're the spiky-looking symbols. And the spruce are the open circle with a dot in the middle of it. So those are all going to be tall, large evergreens that grow. I'm not a landscape designer, but you're talking probably 60 feet plus. And then infilled with some rhododendron, which we all know grow as long as they're not trimmed back. Those can, grow 10 feet by 10. And that is of the area, we're infilling the total space between the actual easement and the exterior perimeter fence. So the usable, I wouldn't want to plant plantings necessarily in the easement. So we're utilizing 100% of that, essentially. That whole area of concern is totally covered with a combination of tall and lower growing evergreen screening, opaque, fairly opaque. And we feel that meets or exceeds the intent of, that regulation. And then regarding the parking, what we're proposing for parking, just want to look at a note I had made. So essentially, we have 6 office workers, 28 plus or minus fleet employees, and 10 roughly fleet vehicles, I believe we here it is. 6 office, the typical daily usage is the 6 office workers, the 28 field workers, and then the 10 fleet spaces, which if each was parked would require a total of the 44 spaces. We're proposing a total of, 17, 24, 31, 35, 44 spaces. So I should point out that the rear spaces at the east side they're designed for trucks. They're larger than your standard parking space. And then we have all the open space, which we don't need for parking, but they could be used necessarily. So we're providing via the 2 parking areas, the front parking and the internal parking, enough parking to meet our projected demands between the fleet, the daily workers, and then the office workers.
Okay,
That parking is all paved, hardened top, pavement, asphalt.
okay, we've done staff, we'll go to the board, then we'll go to the public about us after this. For the end.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions to continue on what John was talking about. As far as the front of the rest of the facilities on along Grenier Field Road, we've seen the visuals of the warehouse and the office and everything else. But I was curious if you can go into more of what the brown storage tanks will be constructed of. Will they match the building to the left of it and of them, and the dumpster and the landscape materials storage garages? there. Could you kind of describe them? And if there's a solid fence in front of them, or is it, see-through? Or could you describe that area, since there are no visuals of that view, so.
You have so the brine storage tanks are HDPE. Do you want to give them an overview of since you're more familiar with the exact, I can go through it, but I think
Just
it's
since
more-
it's the main view from the street, so.
So I think I'll tackle that in order as you would see it. So you're gonna have the, obviously the landscape aesthetics. Then you'll have a screen with like the slats in it, so it almost look like a privacy fence, right?
Okay.
Which will help with the screening. The storage facility is going to match the building exactly. So from the street side view, as you look at it, it's gonna almost look like another building. Same material, same color scheme, everything. That's all the same.
Are you talking about the 20-foot-high storage for the landscape materials?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep.
And the tanks themselves?
Yep, the tanks themselves, they, what was the fabric that you said? It's basically.
high-density plastic.
Yeah, it's a high-density plastic that's colored to be the same as the building, so the tanks will be charcoal as well. So
Okay.
it's gonna be very much all looking the same, and those will be screened as well.
Okay, and the dumpster, so it'll blend in, hopefully?
Yeah, I don't know if I can match the building with it, but we'll
Yeah.
work on it.
Or at least some screening for it.
That's
Yes.
fine. I was just curious about that, but I remember this plan coming through. Just a question, is there more parking spaces now that, to the north of the gravel area? Is that what was changed, or were they already there before? Those parking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parking spaces to the north of the gravel area, right up there. Yeah, was that in the original plan?
No, it was not.
Okay, that was,
And I'd also like to add to Mark's, the plantings in front of the brine storage and the bins. We have a green giant arborvitae, which is a fast-growing, they can grow 20 feet, they can exceed 30 feet, I believe, and even higher. But it's a fast-growing, narrow, low-maintenance, drought, native planting, which will effectively, provide another evergreen screen along that facade and block that from the street. It's a little bit higher than the street as well, which helps. This site climbs a little bit from the road, 4 or 5, 6 feet. So we feel that'll do a good job in screening that area.
I think you've answered my questions. Thank you.
All set in?
Yes,
Okay, Deb?
thanks.
Hi. My question is, so when your trucks come back and they've got stuff in it, and do you hose them off and clean them? Where would that take place? Because my concern is if it's happening on the gravel area, if that's going to go into ground, like I'm worried about chemicals basically seeping into the ground for groundwater. Not necessarily because it travels, So if you could enlighten me on how you're gonna deal with, the chemicals on the trucks and the cleaning of the trucks, the salt from the snow, how, because I don't see a place for you to wash the trucks, but I don't know what's in that warehouse.
Well, that warehouse has a floor drain system that,
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
excuse me, I'm sorry. So those have to occur inside the washing. And that garage has a floor drain system with a holding tank. And actually, it drains to the sewer.
Inside the warehouse
Yes.
is a garage, it's not just,
It's open maintenance shop with floor drains.
Okay.
So that those activities have to occur inside the shop and are collected and disposed and discharged to the sewer,
okay,
which is shown, we have an oil water separator to help, minimize the amount of petroleum. And that's all specified on our
so none
utility.
of the trucks will be parked on this gravel, they'll only go on there to get filled up with whatever's in those bins, mulch or whatever, their wood chips, and then move over. They're not gonna be stationary or staying on that gravel. Again, I'm worried about just, who knows what, leaks or hose breaks and oil drips into the ground and then seeps into the ground. Are there gonna be equipment parked there?
Well, the intentions would be that it's like blades of plow blades and stuff can go in that zone with the gravel, as well as any similar type equipment, but that we have the fleet storage, obviously, for those vehicles to be parked in the paved areas, but that the loaders and such we have open space that's been designed for those to be parked.
Okay.
And that the gravels area is gonna be used primarily, the remaining gravel will be circulation for the trucks to come in, get either back into the brine storage or to fill up at the bins and get loaded at the bins. And so that we've designed, the designer of the aggregate storage bins, we have a canopy extending, you can see with the dashed line, so that they can load underneath, like if any salt, it's shielded during the loading process, so the truck could pull up and could be tied entirely.
No, and I'm all for,
Subject.
non-pervious, and I
I
just seen
remember
so
that's-
much of it there, I'm like, oh, they must be parking
Yeah, we looked
something
at
on
what you
there,
told us,
and-
I'm sorry. When we met with you in the spring, you said, not you, but one of the members was said, look at Caterpillar and like do how they're, even though they actually they store their trucks on the gravel. But it was, we looked at that site and we made some adjustments to how we were surfacing this site as a response to that feedback from the spring, from the board.
Like I said, I just looked at how much non-pervious there was and just thought to myself, I wonder what they're gonna be using it for besides just loading trucks. I understand again, my concern is, and I wasn't here I wasn't sitting on the planning board when they were doing Caterpillar. If they were, I would have said the same thing. And in lieu of the issues that the state's having with water and water contamination, it's just the front mind of everyone, that's all. All right, thank you.
Okay, Roger.
Looks pretty good to me. I looked at this when you were here before. You have made several major changes.
Thank you.
Pass it on.
Do you have any idea what the storage tank height, the overall height's going to be?
I think we stated maybe in the documentation that's been submitted to the town, 18-foot maximum. And they're, what's the diameter? 10 foot? But yeah, 18-foot maximum height. No taller than.
Okay, and how about the height of the storage bins?
It said
the height
20
of the
feet
roof.
in your plans.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the building's at 30, I think, to the peak of the warehouse.
Yeah,
or
so
the
it'll be
shop.
substantially lower than what the building is, so that's good. Thank you.
Jason?
I have no questions.
Gianni?
My question's regarding the escrow for the trips. So what happens with that? I mean, when does it need to be done? How much the escrow, and then like, what's the recourse to the folks building the project? If it says that you need a light, do you need to go and do a light? What, you describe that, and it's probably more of a John question, but.
Again, the idea was, John, is again to get a better understanding of what traffic is generated there. And as far as the legalities, I'll have to look she's the planner, not me.
So in terms of where the money goes, it goes into their existing escrow account and will be held. What we're requesting is that they conduct the study within a year after opening.
Within a year? Okay.
Yep.
And then what's like, what are they leaving themselves open to?
Just verification that the information they provided related to traffic is correct.
You guys okay with that?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is that I believe that the site's, well, if we're only counting our own site traffic, I think that's fine, because there's other users that have come on this road that would change. But I don't see any problem with the traffic, so I'm not, in terms of this off-peak, these people leave before the morning peak and they come back the workers before 4 o'clock, which is off the,
And you know how much the escrow is?
no, do not. But conceptually, I'm in agreement. I'm not opposed to the condition.
And it gets released right after they do it?
If there's a remaining balance, yes, it's released.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Ted?
Just a slight correction on your part. The diameter of those tanks are 12 feet, not 8
Okay.
feet
Thank
you have
you.
on the plans. But besides that, I'm good. Looks great.
Okay. Bruce?
I believe this was the plan back in the spring that I said, try to make it look farmhouse industrial. So I think it looks good in comparison to that. My question would be for staff is, for the traffic study, what is the intent? You know, the applicant says 60 vehicles, right? And we count 62 vehicles. And what's the ramifications to the applicant in the event that the traffic study is found to be off by a factor of, 1 or 2%?
Again, we don't go, Bruce, we don't go, right to the number. Again, it's open for discussion. And we'll look back to see, okay, so what is the impact of the intersection? I don't think you want the fire department to be stuck in a line of traffic there, do you?
I mean, we'll get through. Make some noise, but,
Well, it's the-
yeah, I guess, I'm just looking at it from, Joe Schmo. What are the other, what else could be built there? I mean, this to me seems like a pretty low impact project as far as traffic goes when,
We're not disputing that.
yeah.
We're just following the regulation. That's our job.
Yeah. And I know we've discussed something like this in the past, with like Adams Road or something like that, right? Refresh my memory, did we end up doing that, where they put money into an escrow?
Correct.
Yeah, I applaud the project. I think it looks great. I think it's gonna look, much better than a vacant, wasteland right now with a big rock behind it. So I look forward to seeing the project progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jake?
Was it the springtime they were here? Was it springtime you guys were here?
It was conceptual.
it all-
back in
Yeah.
A
springtime.
long time ago, yeah.
I do remember talking about, I had brought up the comment about Milton Cat's parking lot, and it was the same thing. So I don't really have any issues with there being any sort of material other than pavement there. Curious if the staff is all right with the landscape screening up against the residential buffer there, if you feel as though it's adequate, or
I'm a
We just
dirt,
do it
water,
very
and
first.
Right.
couldn't hear you.
I don't-
Al's making too much noise over here.
I leave the landscaping to her.
We do agree it's adequate, and we actually had several conversations with the applicant about making sure that was filled in appropriately.
Wonderful. Yeah, I don't have any problems with it. I think it looks pretty good.
I think it's a welcome addition. I know we've had several, this goes back pre-COVID also, different, pretty much the same that was going to go in there, and nothing ever happened, so glad there's something going there. So, I mean, it looks good. Are there any abutters or anyone from the public have any questions, comments, and concerns in regards to the site plan? I don't hear anything, so I will bring it back to the board. Derek Rogers voting for you right now. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval of site plan for the construction of a proposed 5,984 square foot warehouse repair office building for commercial snow and landscape management and associated site improvements to Kitty Hawk Landing, map 17, lot 5, zoned industrial 1, outdoor pride landscaping applicant and SWCE Holdings owner in accordance with plans prepared by TF Moran dated March 11th, 2022, last revised November 4th, 2022, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of the approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated December 7th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, thanks, Jake. Motion by Jake, second by Bruce. Any discussion by the board on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, chair was affirmative. And Roger's voting, Al will be voting after this, and Roger will step down, but we'll have his input. So, thank you. You're welcome. So you have a conditionally approved site plan.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
This is for you.
Okay, next we have another public hearing. This is on an application for a formal review of a site plan amendment for the construction of a proposed 6,000 square foot convenience store with drive-through and a gas station with 16 fueling stations and 3 diesel fueling stations. 174 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 61, zone commercial 2, and Route 28 Performance Overlay District, and 178 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 61-7, zone commercial 2, and Route 28 Performance Overlay District. 2V Londonderry LLC and 2V Londonderry West LLC are the owners, and New Sunset Realty is the applicant. And is this, we need to do a completeness first. So.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are no outstanding checklist items. The staff recommends that the application be accepted as complete.
So moved.
Jake's made the motion for completeness,
Second.
second by Ted. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, sheriff's affirmative, and motion carries. This application has been accepted as complete. This starts the 65-day time frame in which this board has to render a decision, and also starts the public hearing. So, looks like Jeff is ready to go.
Years are going.
Oh, yeah. Harry has the floor first. I just want to note, we have our traffic engineer here from Stantec, David DeBay. So David will have input on this also.
Did you have a cast on last time you were here?
Pardon?
Did he have a cast on last time you were here?
I did, Mike.
Yes, he did.
Nice to see your hand out of it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Got a very good memory.
Yeah, really good memory.
While Jeff is doing the handouts, I'll share. My name's Ari Pollock. I'm with Gallagher Callahan here for Noria Energy, along with Jeff Cavan and Bob Duvall from TF Moran. Patrick McLaughlin is here from Noria Energy as well. I'm wearing the mask for your protection. I have a household member who's been diagnosed with COVID, so I'm symptom and free and testing negative, but the last thing I want to do is infect anyone in my presence.
Appreciate that.
So bear with me and hope you can hear okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Jeff Cavan with TF Moran's office. So we were here before. We got approval for a gas station convenience store and a bank. There were 2 separate lots. We're proposing to merge those 2 lots, which is map 15, lot 61-0 and 61-7. We're going to merge those 2 to create a 3.5 acre parcel. And the reason for that is so it'll be a convenience store gas station with drive-through food service and some separate high-speed diesel pumps where the bank was situated. The handout I gave you is up and down. The top plan is what was previously approved, and the lower view is what we have in front of you today. We received a conditional use permit to allow the use. We had one on the original parcel, and then we came back and got a second one for the former bank lot. What's being proposed is a 6,000 square foot convenience store. Previously, it was 4,574 square feet. Reason for that is there's some places to sit inside. There are 8 pump fueling positions out front, which has 16 fueling spaces. And then on the remaining lot, there's 3 diesel pumps, and that's where the bank used to sit on that area. Parking required is 48 parking spaces. We have 25 regular parking spaces, 16 fueling spots, the diesel spots, and then 6 truck parking spots for a total of 51, where 48's required. Off-site improvements, we're proposing the exact same off-site improvements on Rockingham Road. And if you recall, on Sims Drive, we had agreed to painting on the pavement, a do not block the driveway on Sims Drive, and also a sign that prohibited left turns out of the gas station site to go down Sims. So we're proposing the exact same thing as we were previously. The other thing this project does, this signage will be in place to direct all truck access into the site off of Rockingham Road. We're prohibiting truck access into the property from the Sims Drive driveway. It just is how the site circulates, and it'll bring the trucks in down where the high-speed diesel pumps are located and the truck parking spots, so it brings them into right where they need to be. And then you can see there's a one-way exit where those trucks can circulate out to Sims, go to the signal, and turn in either direction. Alternatively, they can maneuver and go out the Rockingham Road driveway as well. Grading is very similar. The building previously was at elevation 325. We're at 324.5 now. The bank site had stepped down a little bit more than it does now. It was at roughly 320. We're a foot or so higher. If you look at the property, the edges of the pavement on the Sims Drive side, the north side of the property, and adjacent to the wetlands is the exact same box, same perimeter. So the pavement hasn't changed. There's a little bit of change in configuration adjacent to Rockingham Road, a foot or so here or there. But for the most part, that exterior perimeter stay the same. You can see we've modified the driveway slightly. We've added some rumble strips to give the trucks a little bit more maneuvering room, but define those entrances and exits a little better. Drainage is handled exactly the way it was before. The system's changed in configuration, but it's an underground storm tech system. So we have catch basins that will have gas oil separators, and then it goes into an underground chambered system that will detain and treat the runoff and then be collected, and it all discharges out to the northwest corner of the property. In fact, that outlet structure and a couple of catch basins down that north side actually got put in when they first started the construction. We're utilizing those. Utilities are very similar. Sewer comes off of Rockingham Road. We place a manhole just inside the property and then service the building. So it's very similar to before. Water is brought in off of Sims Drive. This version eliminated a water service that was needed for the bank that would have come in off Rockingham Road, so that's eliminated. Electric will come off of one of the poles adjacent to or on Rockingham Road. Gas comes in off of Sims Drive. Landscaping, if you look at it, the perimeter of the property is the exact same landscaping. Everything around the 4 sides of the development are exactly the same. The work along the wetlands had been done previously, the slope work. It had been stabilized, loam and seeded, and we're calling for that to be revegetated once the project is completed, meaning we'll plant some saplings and trees that would fill back in, and we're proposing the exact same thing. So the only landscaping item that's changed are the interior islands. And through the process with Heritage Commission, we've added a couple islands on that high-speed diesel side of the property so that we could get a little bit of more vegetation on the inside of the site. If you look at it, minimum green area is 33%. We're providing 46%. Required approximately 1.1 acres, and we have about 1.6 acres worth of green space, so we exceed the green space area. Lighting, again, very similar to before, same exact type fixtures, which are the shoe box, completely shielded. There is no dome down below. It's all flush to keep the light down onto the pavement where you want it to go. Waivers that we had asked for, and the first one, we've asked to reduce the landscape buffer along Sims Drive and Rockingham Road from 40 feet to 30 feet. This is the waiver that was granted previously. If you recall, some of our logic was during the 2006 road widening, they took property from this site on both Sims Drive and Rockingham Road, so they reduced the land area. In addition to that, like I said, we meet our green space and we're providing all the numbers of trees and shrubs that are required on the property in the same area. So we've asked for a slight reduction, but the amount of landscaping has, we're meeting the regulations. The second waiver that we'd asked for has to do with drainage, and there are a couple of structures that were under the 3 foot of cover. And they're basically what we're trying to do is not drive the underground chambers deeper. If staff doesn't support the waiver, then we just push the system down into the ground another foot and we would meet it. But what we're trying to do, there are the 2 catch basins on the far west side of the property. That's the low spots. And so we probably meet the 3 feet of cover about 10 or 15 feet away from those structures. So there's a very short section of pipe on both of those that don't conform. The last waiver we had asked for, and it's the same waiver we got before, was to not provide all the sewer drainage information in Rockingham Road. We've picked up the information that we need to do our design, but because we're not tying into drainage in some of the sewer structures, we've asked not to provide the inverts and pipe information. Do you want us just to go through? We have our traffic engineer here, and we can also go through the architectural.
Yes, but please, yes.
Okay, you want to do traffic
We'll
next?
do traffic. Traffic is the big issue with
Okay.
this.
Thanks, Jeff. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Bob Duval. I'm an engineer with TF Moran and did the traffic study for this project. So I'll just briefly summarize our findings. Of course, this project, as Jeff pointed out, had been approved as a similar facility a couple of years ago, and what's proposed here is a change. The most significant change is that there's now truck fueling as part of this. The store itself got slightly larger, number of pumps changed, but basically the basic idea of a gas convenience now with truck fueling is comparable with higher truck traffic. So briefly, the weekday AM peak hour of the adjacent street is 522 trips, at the peak hour. Total, this is total trips at the site, in and out. 440 in the PM and 477 on a Saturday. Those are peak hour volumes. Now, from the nature of the use, and according to ITE, the great majority of those trips are pass-by trips, meaning the trips are already on New Hampshire 28. So when you look at new trips on New Hampshire 28 and Sims Drive, there's only 125 new trips in the morning peak hour, 108 PM peak hour trips, and 114 PM, Saturday midday trips. So basically, 2 trips or less per minute during the peak hours are new trips to the roadway network. So the traffic study analyzed those peak hour trips on the Sims and New Hampshire 28 intersection, and also at the Sims and bus station intersection just above the site, and also, of course, at the 2 side driveways. The right in, right out, left in driveway on New Hampshire 28, and the somewhat restricted driveway on Sims Drive itself. Now, the driveway restrictions are that trucks are not permitted to enter at Sims Drive, including rights and lefts. So trucks that want to turn into the site must go down Sims Drive to New Hampshire 28 if they're southbound on Sims, and make a right turn into the site. All New Hampshire 28 traffic has to enter on Sims Drive, either westbound traffic making a right turn or eastbound traffic, of course, making a left turn. And only right turns out are permitted there for trucks. There are no exiting left turns at Sims Drive. All the access must turn right. And there are no exiting left turns at New Hampshire 28 access, as I just went through. So with those conditions and with the volumes I just spoke about, we did first a lane warrant analysis. And the lane warrant analysis showed that a left turn lane is recommended, as it was with the previous application. There is, we're in the taper of a dual left, of a two-way left turn lane on New Hampshire 28. And the previous approval had suggested a paint extension of that two-way left turn lane, which was approved by DOT and approved by this board. We're continuing to recommend that same paint extension to allow left turns, some stacking before they enter the site. Right turns do not meet warrants for the right turn bay, but make it by only 6 trips in the future AM peak hour, which is really a marginal need for a right turn lane. Nevertheless, the previous study proposed a right turn lane from the signal all the way to the New Hampshire 28 driveway for this movement, and that will satisfy that warrant for this study as well. Overall, our recommendations are that the impacts from this study are quite low. However, we're recommending some mitigation in terms of timing optimization at the signal, the New Hampshire 28 Sims Drive signal. And just to summarize the findings quickly, we're only talking about minimal impacts, even in future year, between no build and build conditions. And for example, the AM overall conditions at the signalized intersection go from a 16-second delay of a B to a 21-second delay or C. The capacity utilization is 44% in the no-build condition, and it's 49% in the build condition. In the PM peak, the volumes are a little bit higher. The site volumes are lower, but the background volumes are higher. There's a 60% utilization in the PM peak, no build in a 65% utilization in the PM peak build condition. Again, this is 10 years out. These are 2033 results I'm talking about. The delay goes from 23 seconds C to a 27 second C, so a little change there. The site drives all work at a level of service A, and site distance is adequate. So to summarize, queues and delays along 28 and Vista Ridge are essentially unchanged. Overall levels C or better, plenty of reserve capacity. The Sims Drive approach also operates effectively in all scenarios and can be improved with timing mitigation in future years, as shown in this study. The existing park and ride driveway is also unchanged at level of service A in all scenarios. All traffic at the Sims site drive operates at level of service A with a maximum internal queue, that is, inside the site, leaving the site, of about 1 car length. At the New Hampshire 28 driveway, entering traffic operates at B or better in all scenarios with queues of less than 1 car length for all entering and exiting traffic. And I'm referring to queues in terms of car lengths for simplicity. Of course, there are also trucks entering and exiting, but the average queue, including the longer length of trucks, when you add up all the vehicles, all the vehicle queues, and you average it, and this is 95th percentile averages, the queue is less than a truck length. It's about 25 feet or so. So the average queue is very favorable at all these driveways. And the reason is that New Hampshire 28 has a fairly robust cross-section with a three lane section in that area, and we're building a left turn pocket and a right turn pocket in, so there's a lot of lanes there, which means there's a lot of gaps for the volume, which means that traffic operates favorably, especially considering that with the majority of pass-by trips that we're talking about, we're only adding 1 or 2 trips per minute during the peak hours. So that's a brief summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, I think we'll eventually get to our staff, and then, if we have questions, we'll, ask.
Okay, sure. I'll be here.
Thank you. Yes, yes. I know the Heritage Commission has gone through it, and they think basically like what's there, so.
Great,
The only
thank you.
question was with the signage.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Selly. I'm the architect with Phase Zero Design. As the chair mentioned, we have been in front of the Heritage Commission and worked hard. We made a few revisions through interactions with them to improve the appearance of the building over time. So what we have before you tonight is our latest and greatest efforts on the architecture. If I could ask you actually to pull up the rendering file, that'll give us a 3D view of the building that might give a better sense of how it's going to look. Great, thank you. This is a view of the building from Rockingham Road with Sims Drive off to your right in this image, looking across past the vehicular fueling pumps here on the front toward the convenience store building with the pitched roof in the background. We go to the next slide for a little closer view of the convenience store building. So this is the east side of the building, the main entrance to the convenience store. You can see the main entry here highlighted with the Noria signage over the main entry with the Noria signature green canopy coming across the building. Again, a pitched roof on the building. We've added some dormers, some New England style features to the building. Over time, we refined the material palette of the building. You can see that main entry with the dark, warm colored material is it's a cementitious panel, but it's in a faux wood look, so it appears to be a wood plank material. Then we have a clapboard siding for the bulk of the building with masonry, a brick accent, so a brick base, and you can see the accent on the sides of the front elevation of the building done in a brick veneer. You go to the next slide. So now a view of the northeast corner of the building. A sense of that. And then we have a view here prepared from further down on Rockingham Road, now looking at the west side of the building. So this would be effectively the back side. You can see we do have a bit of a roof well area where we'll have the mechanical equipment for the building screened in that building, in the enclosure behind the entry piece there. This will give you a little better sense of the materials that are proposed for the building. Currently, we're looking at an architectural asphalt shingle roof, the brick veneer that I mentioned, clapboard siding, and then the wood plank style siding at the entry of the building. That's the overall. Oh, we also provided as requested by the Heritage Commission, we took a look at what the site would look like in the evening hours as it was illuminated, to give them a sense of what was lit up and what wasn't. So we have some wash of light across the front of the store to keep that well lit for the customers. Of course, plenty of light at the fueling canopy itself. Promote a nice, safe, clean environment. But also, I think the signage you can see is subdued in terms of the lighting and everything like that. So that's what we have prepared this evening. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the architecture.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
On the renderings, Mr. Chairman, let me just add that we are showing some signage that would require zoning relief.
Yes,
we
Heritage
underst-
Commission picked that up right away.
They did?
Yes.
They,
That was the only, they liked the signage, but they said, gee, there's too many signs and they would need a variance.
Right, so we're aware that we're showing images that would require sign variance relief. We will approach the zoning board if we're successful on site plan review. If we are successful on site plan review and not successful in front of the zoning board, then obviously we would tone down the site plan signage package according to the ordinance conditions. We are not asking this board, and nor could this board grant variances to exceed what's allowed by ordinance.
We can't do that.
Can't do that. Didn't want any confusion there. We understand there's work to be done, and certainly if this board wanted to make double sure, you could add a condition that the zoning relief needs to be the subject of a zoning application.
Anything else?
Thank you.
I'll go to, what I'll do is go to our staff, and then the board, and then the public for input. So,
Yep, Mr.
John
Chairman,
Kelly,
members of
and
the
I'll
board, I'll
hit
go through the
David also to,
Go through the waivers first. The applicant's requesting a waiver to section 4677 D1A of the Route 28 Performance Overlay District to allow front landscaping buffer to be reduced from 40 to 30 feet. Staff supports granting the waiver as the lot is constrained due to the DOT takings along Route 28 and Sims Drive for roadway expansion, and because the applicant has provided the required street trees, perimeter shade trees, and interior parking lot landscaping. Second waiver request was to section 3.08 G3 of the site plan regs to allow drainage pipe with less than 3 feet of cover. Staff does support granting the waiver as long as the pipe is class 5 concrete pipe. Item 3, the applicant's requesting a waiver from section 414B1, the site plan regs to not provide existing sewer and drainage information, inverts and pipes data on the portion of the existing sanitary sewer system in Rockingham Road. Staff supports granting the waiver as the project is connecting to an existing sewer stub and does not require invert information for the design, and the applicant has provided sufficient information for the existing sewer manholes. I'll go through the design review items. The applicant's signature has not been provided, it needs to be provided in the final plan set. Applicant should update the plan title block to include the applicant's address. The applicant has not indicated that the two project DOT driveway permits, site drive to Route 28 or the Sims Drive at Route 28 traffic signal have been obtained. DES alteration of terrain permit, the DES underground storage tank permit, and the town sewer discharge permit. Again, those that have not been submitted for. In addition, the Londonderry stormwater discharge permit has not been obtained. The updated cover sheet does not list the permit information as required by the regs. Once those permits have been obtained, we request that they be noted in the plan set and copies provided to the planning board for their planning department for their files. Item 7, the revised driveways shown in the plans include rumble strips, but the driveway width, including the rumble strips, is not dimensioned. We're requesting that they provide that dimension. The applicant's revised utility plan indicates a separate sewer line with a grease trap, which will service the food service flow from the building, but the sewer profile for the separate sewer line was not included in the revised plan set. We're requesting that that be provided, as well as a detail for the grease trap, as well as the calculations for the sizing. The revised utility plan does not indicate the sight line lights or the underground utility line that serves the proposed lights, requesting that those be placed on the plan. We're requesting that they clarify the offset dimension for the sight line on sheet 11 that's illegible. Item 11 is regards to the construction details. Item A was the outlet structure for the stormwater system does not meet town standards, requesting that they update the weir design according to be acceptable to the town. Item B, update the sign details on sheet 22 to include a no left turn out of the site. Item C, the project plan set does not include plans or details of the proposed fueling facilities, requesting that they provide the updated plan set, those plans within the plan set. Item 12A, the proposed outlet device of pond 1P does not indicate or represent a vertical slotted weir as required by the regs, and consistent with the previous design, requesting that that be updated. Again, the applicant should address the traffic review comments noted in Stantec's December 7th memo relative to the traffic report. The applicant should also verify the DRC comments with the Planning Department, Sewer Division, Conservation Commission, Fire Department, and Heritage Commission have been addressed. A couple of board action items. Number 1 was the granting of the waivers, which we went through. Item 2 is the waiver request, the first one was for the landscaping. The second one was to the site plan regulations. Board info items, the applicant has received final plan approval for a different site configuration in January of 21 at this location and began construction in spring of 21, which ceased in August of 21. Item 2, the applicant is still proposing improvements within the CO overlay, the Conservation Overlay District, for which the planning board has previously granted a conditional use permit approval. Lastly, the applicant's revised stormwater design proposes to utilize a single constructed underground stormwater storage area. We note that the plan elevations imply the underground storage area is to be 5 to 7 feet below the existing ground. We note that the submitted stormwater report indicates the NRCS soil information that indicates the existing groundwater table at 18 to 37 inches, with test pits confirming the water table depth. As presented, the proposed stormwater system would be placed below the water table in an underground system which does not comply with DES stormwater design standards. It's our understanding that DES has previously approved a similar design for the site. So in summary, again, at this stage of the game, Mayor Bob went through the traffic. We did have a scoping meeting with DOT back in June of 22, at which time, again, I think the application has been submitted to the DOT as far as I know, as it has. Okay. Town doesn't have a copy of it, and again, the permit has not been issued yet from DES, from DOT for those improvements. The alteration of terrain, we don't have that. The underground storage tank permit and the sewer discharge permit have not been obtained as of up to this date. Again, Dave's here to discuss the traffic. In summary, again, the traffic, there's some differing assumptions on the access to the site, and I think I'll let Dave elaborate on that. And also, there's some questions as far as the queue storage on the site itself. And again, as Ari had made mention, again, the signage on the site, that's going to require some relief from the zoning board of adjustment. So this evening, staff's not recommending conditional approval of this plan.
Okay, I'm going to go to David for the traffic. Maybe use John's microphone also, or you can sit here, David, if it's, whatever's more comfortable.
This will do, Mr. Chairman. David DeBay, traffic engineer with Stantec. Haven't seen everybody for a while.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you. And John has essentially stolen my thunder, as in the little bit that he said is the little bit that I figured that I would say now. We're not done working with the proponent's traffic engineer in terms of their assumptions, specifically how traffic will get in and out of the site. There are 2 site driveways, and there are assumptions made in terms of how many coming from the west will be using the first drive and how many use the second driveway, and how many from the east will be using the first drive versus the next driveway. And we're looking for some basis for the assumptions that they've provided, and frankly, looking for something that, is agreeable. So there's a memo that dated today, which spells that out, and not too many more words than that, but I think that's essentially a restatement of comments that were made on the first comment review that was made, and in our view, the comments just weren't responded to adequately at that first time around. Again, assumptions about which driveways are being used. And then what was also mentioned by John was that issues relative to queuing on site. And of course, the queuing, specific queuing we're talking about is a queuing into the drive-through. This is not an easy thing to do, but we need to somehow work this out to be comfortable with some kind of calculation that offers some a reasonable basis for what queues are expected out there. Excuse me, in terms of the total number of people coming in during the hour, and how many in a short period of time, and then what the queue might be for that. Excuse me. So,
It sounds like the work is not completed. We need further discussion with the engineers.
we are still working, Mr. Chairman. We are still working. Yeah.
Could I just ask, did you say you have a memo dated today?
Yes.
Have you provided that to the app? I haven't seen it, but maybe our
Yeah,
engineers.
let me see.
So for everybody's edification, again, our process is, you go through, you submit your plans for design review, go through the design review process. We always highly recommend that the applicant come back, talk to staff, talk to the consultant engineer, let's put all, what are the issues, so that we can discuss it. Then they resubmit. In this particular application, that never happened. They submitted once, they submitted for formal, so there was never any discussion. So that's the issue. When they go to formal, tonight is when they get the comments. So that's where it is.
I
It's
think
been
during
like that.
during conceptual, this board advised them to work with staff, because that's the important thing. If you don't work with staff, this is exactly what happens. So, I think you need more, there's more work that needs to be done before it comes to this board again. And also, I think John has a list of things that I think Kelly will reiterate when I get to her. So this is not ready for prime time at this point. And I think this board did recommend that you work with staff. That's probably the most critical thing. And the second thing is you work with the abutters. So, and after through with the board, we'll find out what the abutters say, if there are any. So I'm going to go to Kelly and get her input, and then we'll go to the board, and then we'll go to the public. And then we'll come back for any further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have much additional. John did an excellent summary, but just to emphasize that staff does make an effort and make very clear to applicants when they submit for design review what this process is and what the expectation is and what happens once you submit for formal. So that was made very clear. I do want to emphasize the concern about approving the site plan without addressing the signage. I would be hesitant to do that, given that the signage is submitted as part of the site plan application.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'll go through the board, go to the public, and then we'll bring it back for board discussion.
When will we have an opportunity to address some of the comments that have been made?
Okay, so once we get through here, see what the board has to say.
Whatever you
And,
say, Mr. Chairman.
And usually we find public input valuable also.
Of
And then-
course.
And then we can,
We can wait our turn, thank you.
okay, you want to start, Ann, or
Pardon?
you want to start?
Again?
Well, Jake.
Start with Ann, it's all her
I want to give
first.
everybody else a chance.
I'll start with
because I'm
Jake,
back-
okay, I'm gonna give,
Yeah, I've got some here.
I get
so.
confused if I start in the middle, so. So Jake, your turn.
Questions on the traffic study. Is this traffic study essentially the same as the first original site plan approval? That would be the top picture here. Is it all the same assumptions as the first project that's already been approved?
Well, actually, we took all new counts for this study, and we did some additional counts of the existing Shell station down the street, just to make sure our truck activity was correct, because they have a fuel stop of similar type. It's all new analysis. Essentially, all of the assumptions are similar to what we had in the first study that was approved. The only changes were related to the truck traffic, which was incidental in the first study, but is, a significant part of this traffic study. So we took account of trucks and truck routing where we hadn't in the original study. Choice of driveway assumptions were the same. And the method of analysis, of course, is based on standard DOT practice, so that's the same. The results are slightly different because the store is bigger, so we have a few more trips and more trucks, as I pointed out, but otherwise, it's an update of that original study.
So when you say the assumptions are the same, I see in a comment here, it's talking about the assumption that all traffic heading eastbound will go in through the Route 28 entrance. Was that the same assumption on the original plan?
I believe it was, because we didn't make that from scratch. We did receive a comment from Stantec that asked us to take a second look at that. We still think it's basically true, that people tend to use the first driveway they come to when they enter a site. And so, but rather than use 100% making that turn, we just modified that assumption to show what would happen if only 90% of the people made that first turn and the other people chose to go through the signal, which is a longer route and requires 2 left turns. But, we said, okay, what would happen if that was the case? So, and actually, parenthetically, Mr. Chairman, in our response to that comment, we said we can rerun the analysis with a 90-10 split with 10% cars taking a left at the signal. We do not anticipate this will materially change our results. Please let us know if the town staff would like to see this alternate analysis. So that was our response on November 16th. We hadn't heard from the town. We thought, well, geez, as in the week before this meeting, we thought maybe we'll rerun it. We'll run it that way anyway, just so we know the results and can discuss it if a question came up. But the town never asked us for that, and that's what we submitted. We ran it, we submitted it, just to have
That's
it.
because the formal review was requested. If it was design review, there would be back and forth between the town staff.
Yeah.
So that's where the problem lies. That's why you never heard anything back, because the communication stops. So it was,
I see.
it was the way that was submitted, so. And this board did recommend that it be, you work with our town staff. It makes things go a lot easier.
I understand. And I just wanted to make it clear that we weren't submitting important information at the last minute. We hadn't heard whether or not they wanted
Yeah,
to see it.
and the reason was
We
you took
didn't
a
have it
different
designed.
submission process, so.
Thank you.
That's your onus, not ours.
So,
Jake?
just being clear on that, essentially because they applied for a formal review, we're just gonna say we're not gonna answer you, even though they asked for a response. Our response is we stop answering you until the planning board.
Yes, that's the regulations.
And we'd have to check Jake to see if they've actually submitted it. you know, I don't want to
Yeah,
be.
that's why we
Holy
recommend
shit.
design review, because then there's communication with staff, so.
Yeah.
But that choice is up to the, you know, the applicant.
It's, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Maybe it's the appropriate, I am trying to wait my turn, but that's tough for me. It's probably the appropriate time to point out that recommendations are not requirements, and as you say, that, you know, it was the choice of the applicant to pursue formal, that there were reasons for this. It's not that we did so because we didn't understand the recommended path or
Well,
didn't
that's what I
appreciate the
thought
value
there-
that
There
would.
would be reasons.
No, the reasons, of course, are that this is a site that was approved for a very similar use not long ago. And as you heard from Jeff's presentation, not much has changed. And yes, we understand that all things need to be recalibrated for resubmission. But we went through the process of doing that and made our formal presentation. We went to the Heritage Commission. We did apply for the conditional use, which was granted unanimously without conditions. And we did hear your suggestions that we work collaboratively when we came back with the full application. My point is simply, you know, if the process is a recommendation, but is enforced as a requirement, maybe it should be changed to a requirement. And then the second comment is simply, you know, you almost are setting up a situation where this interaction isn't productive because we don't have access to the materials that I guess are prepared but won't be handed to us until as soon as we're finished.
That's the essence of it, and that's because of the way the route that you'd chosen.
So
And it works with everyone. I mean, you're not.
No,
not different from anyone else, so.
I don't suspect we're being singled out. I'm pointing out what I think is a flaw in that process where why provide that opportunity if it's really a hollow offering? We can't respond to what we don't understand and appreciate. And the materials for traffic were submitted, 3.5 weeks ago. So, you know, if there were comments from the peer review consultant, we sure would have loved to see them so that we could have a discussion this evening.
Yeah, that's the advantage of the design review. But yes, we should take a look at our regulations. It's not out of the question at all.
And I don't want to belabor it any further. Thank you.
I mean, the only other way is if someone does take the formal route, this board would just continue it until everything was in place, and then it would be the plan. So it's easier to work with staff than have it continued. You know, we've had some plans that have continued 3-4 times. And that's the choice of the applicant, so there's nothing we can do about that. Jake, you just got the floor there.
There are a handful of, granted, 1, 2, 3 of them are waiver requests, but 14 items here that are design review. You went through a design review?
I don't believe we did a design review submission for this version. We did.
Yes.
So are these 14 items from the original design review that never were answered? Or are these 14 items, they went through a design review, answered all the questions, and now they have 14 more items?
I'll ask Jeff to answer.
Pete?
I don't want to get into, you know, a back and forth who did what.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying
So
to get a picture here.
permits are typically a condition of approval. They work simultaneously. So yes, normally we don't have all the permits in hand until we file for board to sign it. Okay, we don't have permits normally when we come to this board because they're running simultaneously or parallel. We didn't get the owner's signature just because we just usually wait till the final set of plans to have everybody sign everything. So those types of comments we did get, and we said they would be on the final documents. Many of the stuff we thought was straightforward and that we answered. Obviously, staff feels differently, you know, and that's up to them. The only question I would have on what was asked is on this drive-through queuing. I don't think it's a calculation. I thought it was just you require 10 spaces. Is that correct?
Again, by the regulation, but I think, again, there's some concern, Jeff. Look at the Dunkin' Donuts to the west of this site. pretty familiar with what happens over there, and I think that's what part of the concern is how people are gonna access this site.
Well, one, I don't know who the food service provider will be. I don't know that that's been finalized. But I think your regulations are that we provide 10 spots, and that's what we have provided.
And again, Jeff, that's why we go through design review, so that Bob and David can discuss it, and we can discuss it and come up with a solution how to determine what that queue length is. If there is ITE has a calculation?
But don't you have a regulation that says 10 spots?
We do have a regulation specific to the number of stacking spaces that you're required to have, and that is 10.
Okay.
However, if there are additional concerns related to queuing and traffic, I'll defer to our traffic engineer.
Okay. So I guess that was my misunderstanding. I thought you required 10. We provided 10, so we had satisfied your regulation. So, there were, many of these are, just cleanup type items that we would normally clean up afterwards.
So really, the continuance is based off of the traffic questions here.
The other permits, DOT.
I know the other one was, I guess, when I'm looking at the plans here, it says 10 vehicles on this one, and it says 10 vehicles on the new one, so I guess I don't completely or fully understand why there's an issue on the second plan that there wasn't on the first one. Is that related to the first traffic question?
The configuration of the site itself, Jake, if you look at how they queue around the building with the new layout of the building.
They seem to queue pretty identically, just the building's turned, no?
No. Bigger building, yeah,
Bigger building?
bigger building.
So that would theoretically, if the
Give them
building's
more queuing.
longer, would give them more queuing space, no? If the building's longer, then you're going from, I don't know, say the building was originally 100 feet, now it's 110 feet, they've got an extra 10 feet of queuing space, no?
Again, the concern is the access into the site,
Yeah.
and then the other circulation on the site. If you think it's fine,
I guess I don't see, as one board member, I guess I'm not completely understanding how, what looks to me, to your credit, John, I'm not an engineer, but what looks to me to be almost an identical site, why there's so much controversy inside of the traffic all of a sudden. There's one less building on here, for one, and all they did was turn the other building. So I guess as one member, I don't really see why this has created quite a big issue, but I'll look to see what the rest of the board has to say.
Okay, Bruce?
As scintillating as talking about the number of cars and queuing spaces is, are you using your traffic analysis based upon an extrapolation of your occupancy or store usage? Like, everybody's used the word assumption like 15 times, which is wonderful, but that's just an assumption, right? Are you using what you expect to get for a customer base into the store and at the pumps, right, to extrapolate out what you're gonna do, what's gonna be
Yeah,
created?
so trip generation is based on the IT manual, which is a manual that takes similar type facilities, studies the number of cars based on the uses in that facility. And so we took this and applied it to this site, which is based on number of pumps, amount of space in the building and so forth. That generates the amount of traffic. The question that has been brought up is, how many cars are gonna come in are all cars coming down, going west to east on Rockingham Road? Are they gonna go in that first driveway, or are they gonna go down to the signal and turn down? We used on our basis, we assumed everyone coming to the first driveway would turn in versus going and sitting at a signal. Staff and consultant may want us to change that ratio. We did look at a slight difference of a 10%, 90% difference That hasn't been submitted to staff, but we did look at it, and it didn't make a substantial difference. But that's how trip generation is generated. And that's not real, so that's standard procedure, and I don't believe there's any questions on how the number of trips were generated,
It's just a matter of where
where they're coming in.
So within what I heard tonight is you're anticipating that 100 more trips are going to occur based upon this site plan as opposed to the previous one. So you're saying that this gas station will be busier than the previously approved one?
That's not compared to the previous one. It's roughly 100 new trips during the peak hours coming to this site that aren't already on the road network.
Are you asking what the original?
So, yeah, that's what I was trying to get to.
What the
What was the
original trip
original
calculation
guesstimate of? I'm gonna use guesstimate because I don't like assumptions.
Yeah, I'm not going to guess. We compared this use to a no-build condition, meaning there was nothing at the site. We weren't just adding an increment to the previous study.
Okay.
So
the
I don't know
100
what that
trips
is off the top of my head.
The 100 is based upon this site.
Based on nothing being at
in
that site,
comparison to what's there right now, which is a vacant lot.
which is a vacant lot, right?
What was your assumption for the first site, do you know?
As to trip generation, I don't remember off the top of my head. We were looking at it as, okay, there's nothing there now, this is what
Yeah.
will be there. You know, I didn't go back to compare it to the original.
Okay. And, I mean, maybe this is just my naiveness, but I don't see how a gas station is gonna generate any new trips. It's gonna be the same people, they're just gonna choose which gas station they're gonna go to. And if they're like me, they're gonna canvass the block and figure out which one's gonna save them 10 cents.
Yeah, it's
So
just.
do we take that into calculation, them going all the way down Rockingham Road to guess all of them and then come back the other way? Is that in our calculations, or?
Assumptions, Bruce.
Oh, excuse me, assumptions. Yeah, I mean, I don't, no offense, but
No, this is standard methodology. I would probably agree with you, common sense, during peak hour, I'm not going to get my car and drive just to this gas station, right? But the methodology has us go through a procedure where it does generate new trips
yeah.
to almost any site, and that's what the results show.
I mean, I definitely feel the pain about the queuing spaces for drive-through, because it's gonna be, that's realistically gonna be determined by what you put in there. And I would assume, being business people, you're gonna want something that has high queuing as opposed to something that has nobody sitting in the drive-through. So, I mean, as staff mentioned, there's a few food servicers that have really long drive-through lines. Even though we have like 14 of them, they still all seem to have long drive-through lines. But I mean, I guess I struggled to understand the difference between the 10 queuing spots on the originally approved and the 10 queuing spots on the new one. But you know, again, I didn't go to school to study cars, so I would just, again, as another planning board member, I don't necessarily see the vast difference for a traffic concern here than was previously approved. If anything, it's probably less because it's all the same occupancy now. It's just a gas station and convenience store, which is gonna have the same traffic flow as a number of the other occupancies within that street, as opposed to a bank, which would have a different type of traffic flow. So, you know, again, that's just my 2 cents. But as far as the design goes, I think that the building looks really good, and I don't have any other further comments. Thank you.
Okay, Ed?
This is, I guess, more of an informational question for you, Mr. Chair, and for Kelly. I may be a little fuzzy in my memory on our sign regulation upon why it does not adhere, and I think maybe some of the other board members may not fully remember why this particular signage does not adhere to our zoning regulations. If you can
Zoning,
please remember the.
yeah, our zoning specifies the size and the number of signs they can have. So, plan that you saw up there exceeds the number of signs. So the way to deal with it, you have to go to the ZBA for a variance. And if the variance is granted, they can put those signs up. The ZBA doesn't grant the variance, the signs don't get put up. You just have to stick with our current zoning.
So,
Signage would have to conform to your regulations, unless we get relief from the zoning board of adjustments.
I think what you might be asking is, what about this picture doesn't conform?
yes.
And
The answer is the height of the pylon, the standalone sign, the number of wall signs on the building, and the fact that the Noria circular sign above the door exceeds higher than the roof line. Those are subjects. There are a whole bunch of reasons why they're presented the way they are, why it's the branding package of the user. I don't want to get into a zoning conversation with a planning board, but we respect that what's shown would require zoning relief, and we either obtain it or we submit for a sign permit that is different than what's shown. It wouldn't change the building, it wouldn't change the site layout, it wouldn't change, one of the signs on the building would go away, the other ones would move down in size.
the uniqueness of this site is that we're on a corner lot, right? And so you'll see in, what's shown is a sign on the three sides that face the road, okay? And so I think we're allowed to split our signage on two. So we're asking for an additional sign on the west side of the building. But again, that's only if ZBA would grant us relief. If we don't get that relief, then we have to conform or not have signs.
Oh, thank you everyone for the clarification on signage. Thank you. Besides that, I think the building looks great. On to you, Johnny.
Thank you. So, actually, I concur with what you guys were saying with regards to, I'm not going to take up more time in this meeting, but I concur with a lot of what you were saying. I actually think it's a nice project. I think it looks good. I think it fits into the site nicely. Not a traffic engineer, but, I agree with you, what you're saying there, Ari, is that, if something's a recommendation, but you want it to be a requirement, make it a requirement. I'm not sure why, if it's a recommendation, we still can't, I just don't know why we're prejudicing one user over the other, because what is a recommendation wasn't adhered to, So, I think that that's the type of stuff that we gotta clean up our act from a planning board standpoint to be a little more business friendly.
I can confirm if you've got Amados there, I'm going to be one of those trips directly to that gas station. I did have a question about the traffic though, so you now have the 18-wheeler parking in the back, and I understand that's not overnight, correct?
That's
That
correct.
is- okay. Is that, in the traffic study, is that counted the same as, like a sedan? I'm just thinking from a traffic perspective.
No, the effect of
Podium,
trucks,
too, it's really official looking.
sorry,
The podium, you'll look really official.
just used to presenting from there. The effect of trucks is considered in the algorithms that create the analysis. And how that's done is by percent of trucks. So, if the roadway has 2% trucks, that's factored into sort of an average vehicle length when it comes to queuing. If, as is the case here, Sims Drive has way more than 2% trucks, that's factored into that algorithm too. And that's the point I was making when I talked about queue length. It takes into effect that some are small cars and some are big trucks.
Thank you.
Not all vehicles are created equal.
Not on the roadways.
Okay, yeah. I hear what everyone else has to say. My key on this whole plan is very simple, and it is that the signage plan now does not comply with regulations and requires relief. So I could never vote for a plan that violates our regulations. So I think we have to wait until you either get your variance or you downsize that and submit that change to us. And that's all I got.
So, two questions, one traffic related, I'll ask that one first. So, did I hear right that there's gonna be, excuse me, no truck access making left turns onto Sims?
Onto Sims, yeah, there are, actually, the sign is no left turns, so no vehicles are supposed to be turning left out of the driveway onto Sims Drive.
Is that a reasonable expectation? And why are we making that?
That was a request that we worked out through the first process. And I think their concern was, just the amount of activity with the bus station across the street and so forth. So at that time, we had agreed to posting it as no left turns out of the driveway.
Yeah, I just think with the increase in industrial traffic on Jacks Bridge Road, and I don't see how a truck is gonna get its way out of that site and make a left turn back onto Sims to go up to one of those sites. I think that's gonna be a challenge for a truck.
To do what?
To leave the site and get up to Harvey Windows or something like that.
Well, we've run a truck through the site,
It has to make a left turn out of the site.
Yep.
On Rockingham Road.
Yep.
And then make another left turn. And I didn't think we allowed left turns out of the site.
Left turns out of the site from the Sims Drive exit.
No, but from Rockingham Road either. I didn't think we did.
Rockingham Road is a right out only.
Yeah.
Yep, so you would have to go out to the signal in order to go east.
How do I get to the signal? How do I get to the Rockingham Road signal leaving the site if I'm a truck?
You take a right when you're coming out.
So yes, if you go through, you're at the pumps. You're going to come straight through. You can see we have a one-way driveway
Yep.
leaving the truck area. You go to the Sims Drive and you take a right out of
I'm
that.
not going Sims Drive. If I want to go to Harvey Windows, if I want to leave that.
Take a
site,
left, you can't, we're signing it that you cannot take that left.
And just, I think that's going to happen. So just my 2 cents. I think that's kind of an odd requirement to have, when we're looking at the development on Sims Drive. I understand a little bit of the history. I think the first site plan was approved or discussed before I was on the board. So-
Lynn, were you here for the first site one?
No.
There was a lot of conversation about it, and I didn't understand why we weren't allowing people to turn left onto Sims
going
Drive
to.
either.
They're
Yeah,
going to.
I would.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Proximity to all the other driveways out there.
Yeah, but
So,
it's-
yeah, so you not only have the bus station across the street, but you have a driveway that's relatively close to us, just north. And so that was the concern, is that,
I understand, yeah, I understand the area too. I go through that area
okay.
fairly often. I live right near that area.
It was an
I'm
important,
just throwing out the logic of what the board had.
it was an important
See if there's a queue
concession.
there, you can't get out.
I get it.
I mean,
get your
the
point, but I
the
just
simple
don't think it's
reality
gonna-
now is,
It was thoroughly argued, Jack.
Right.
It was before COVID.
and we didn't see any purpose to reopening that issue by proposing something different in this iteration.
My question was answered. Mr. Powell.
Sure, thank you.
Roger.
Nope, I got one more question.
Sorry.
So when you were here the last time, we talked about pedestrian access to the site, specifically pedestrian access coming from like Vista Ridge. There's another housing development being proposed in that area as well. There's a crosswalk on Rockingham Road right now, but it goes to a sidewalk that will take you down to the Shell station. There's really nothing going westbound on Rockingham Road. And we talked about providing some type of access, to the site. If I lived in Vista Ridge, I'd walk down there. If I go to the Shell station, I'm gonna drive to the Shell station. But if I have an option with an Amados nearby, I'm gonna walk down there, but right now I have no way of getting there. And I know the state has, in its 10-year highway improvement plan, they're looking at doing a lot of improvements to Route 28 in that area, from there down to Route 128. I don't know if they're gonna if they would put sidewalks in, if they would do something with a crosswalk at that point in time as well. I know there's a lot of moving parts unrelated to your specific project going on right there, but I still think pedestrian access needs to be addressed.
I mean, currently, I think the DOT, along with the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, is looking at the widening of 28 for the next iteration of the 10-year highway plan. Details have not been worked out at all. It's just like conceptual at the moment, but it's going to require a lot further discussion. But that's one of the things that have been discussed regionally anyway, is the widening of 28.
So we did have a fair amount of discussion on it at the last time you were here. Did you go back and look at anything? Did you come up with any options that we could talk about? Right now, I don't see anything on the plans.
Yeah, so it's, you know, we would eat up a lot of landscape area if we tried to run anything along Sims. It's open drainage, you know, so it comes off pavement. There is no curb line, which means you'd set the sidewalk onto our property. We didn't see a simple way of actually accomplishing that. We're willing to discuss it, but we didn't see a way of, you know, bringing it or adding it onto the plan.
My recollection of the last time around was that we were really stuck between the sentiment of trying to make some accommodation and the DOT not wanting us to be doing sidewalks or even starting a conversation. They're allergic to sidewalks. And I, you know, it wasn't ultimately part of that approval. And in this instance, we're adding some truck traffic relative to the diesel terminal, and we're removing the bank concept, which in theory could have generated some pedestrian activity. And so we have not amended our position on that, so to speak. It wasn't a requirement in the prior approval, and it isn't an offering now. We've held to what was there and or not there.
Yeah, and based on the developments that's there right now, I don't see a need for it. I'm just thinking down the road, 3, 4, 5 years, there's going to be a need for it.
I think it's
I don't know how we address it.
Well, I think it's with DOT. I mean, that was our conclusion the last time. It's our conclusion now, which is DOT is really the decision maker when it comes to what type of pedestrian opportunities are along Route 28, and we're just not a decision maker. And we were stuck between them the last time and bailed out, so we did the same thing this time.
I think you'll have a little dirt path going over the berm into the parking lot from that intersection.
It's blazed by customers. We'll live with it.
Yep.
That's where the new sidewalk will go.
Would be.
Lynn,
Well said.
I do remember the first time around, Colleen was saying that DOT was advising against the sidewalk. It had something to do with the truck traffic coming out of Sims Drive or taking a left-hand turn or something. I remember her talking about that.
You put your life on the line for those Amados.
You gotta be quick.
Yeah, you gotta go quick.
Not for old folks.
You ain't gonna be moving quick.
Roger.
My only question is to the accountability of cars and et cetera. I think the traffic guy. That book you're referring to, when you go in and look, it isn't assumptions. I assume that's statistically gathered and updated continuously.
Yeah,
So
so
it's real, it's reality of what has happened in the past,
Yeah,
not somebody's guess.
Right, so the amount of traffic is based on actual counts on similar facilities that translates to the site. And then when we looked at the number of trucks on the roadway, and we used that percentage as far as bringing trucks into the site as well. So it's not all just, you know, assumptions out of thin air. There are facts to it, yeah.
Statistics.
Yep.
Thank you.
It keeps things consistent and uniform across all.
Yeah, I think the only assumption that we're really discussing is the percentage of people that will turn into the first driveway versus going down to the intersection and turning to get in. And that's anybody's, you know, one assumption is probably as good as the next, but we'll work with staff for that.
That's all I have. It looks pretty good. I hope it comes soon.
Okay, Deb.
Thank you. So I was the person who brought up the pedestrian question last time, and I still think that that's an issue. I think people are going to go there. On a nice day, if you're parked at the park and ride, you might want to walk over. Someone from Coca-Cola might want to walk up. You're putting out a convenience store that has outside seating. They might want to sit there, get something to eat, and then go back and get their car. So that was something that I remember bringing up because I thought of the people who lived at Vista Ridge walking down and being able to go there and then come back. So I did bring that up. I do have a couple more questions, though. The fire hydrant questions, was that ever addressed? How many fire hydrants, placements of fire hydrants, what was going on with water?
We did relocate the fire hydrant.
Okay. And the other thing is, will you be needing anything else for an exception from the ZBA?
No.
Just the sign?
Well, we have asked this board for some waivers, the 3 waivers that were referred to.
From the planning board, not
That's
from the
correct.
We don't need any other relief from
I
the
was just
ZBA.
asking if there was anything else
Yep.
coming from ZBA.
No.
Okay. The other thing, the traffic studies that you did, what time of year were they done? At what month?
You know, when the counts were done. Well,
And-
just so you know, that, so you take counts, there is a seasonal adjustment, there's a COVID adjustment, and,
Well, I'd like to know.
yeah.
We've got the gist.
So they were taken in June. We retook all the counts this year.
And the duration, 1 week, 2 weeks, a day, 3 days,
What's that?
and the time of day.
The standard procedure is to take counts at 7 to 9 a.m. for the a.m. peak, to make sure you capture the a.m. peak. And the typical procedure is 4 to 6 for the p.m. peak, but in this case, there's actually a different peak coming off of Sims Drive, so we took counts from 3 to 6 to make sure we capture that Sims peak. And on Saturday, it's 11 to 1 p.m. And the standard procedure is to take counts on one day, 1 weekday and 1 weekend, and then adjust them, as Jeff was saying. to
So you
peak months and
just
so
really
forth.
did it 2 days? A Saturday
One-
and
one
one day
weekday.
during the week?
That's the standard procedure.
During the month of June?
Right.
Beginning or end? Because that's
June-
important. I mean, it really
June,
is.
Tuesday, June 28th, and Saturday, June 25th, 2020.
So it was the end of June, when people are getting out of school, aren't really the same amount of traffic that would be there, say, in September, when kids are back to, I'm just saying, there's an effect of traffic when more people are around, less people on vacation, more activity as a mother taking a kid here to there. There's more activity in October, September than there is at the end of June, the beginning of July. A lot of people have already gone to the lakes, have already disappeared.
And that's why they've established seasonal peaks, and we have to adjust these counted numbers to those peak months.
To do that, we use seasonal adjustment factors that are disseminated by DOT every year to make sure that they stay up to date.
And how far along the road did you guys do? A mile each way, or just
No.
right in that area?
Yeah, typically we're counting intersections because that's what the traffic study is about.
So you just looked at the intersection?
We look at the intersection. Actually, these days, they use a camera that they mount on a pole, and we capture the whole intersection.
Only because I live near there and I go through there, and the traffic is horrific, and I can see. And I remember Coca-Cola had sent in a letter complaining, or concerned, I should say, about this issue. And I'm not even sure if they're aware if this is still going on. Do we go back out and reach out to the people who had concerns to let them know what the status of the project is?
We notified the same abutters.
Just once?
Look, they get notified for the filing of this new application. This is a.
Okay.
a
And they
new-
get like a certified letter saying we're doing this?
Absolutely right.
Okay. All right. Like I said, my biggest concern is the traffic. I think the building looks wonderful. I like the idea. That isn't the problem. The problem is where it is. It's really bad traffic. And I can see people walking there. I see it as it is now, they walk down to Tedeschi's, or what used to be Tedeschi's, and to Subway. And that's dangerous. And with more trucks and I mean, if we can be proactive as opposed to reactive, you know, I'll take a clip from budget hearing, you know, we talked about a fire. You know, it wasn't a big issue until something bad really happened. Is that what we're gonna wait for? Someone getting killed on a bike? Walking across the street? Or are we gonna be proactive and think about things and not about how much money it costs us? Because that's what the towns has to look at, right? We can't look at, oh, we don't wanna buy an extra truck or get more firefighters because it's gonna cost us more money. Priority is, yes, we're gonna look at those things because we're talking about safety, not wait for something bad to happen. So these are things that I would sincerely hope you look at, and I'm gonna recommend again that you look at your liners to be upgraded to the newer standards put out by DES for oil and gas facilities.
What was the last point?
I'm sorry. It was the same one I gave you the last time you were here. There's gonna be a new set of standards for the containment of oil tanks and stuff, and to
Yeah, so
and
we
upgrade.
we
And
have
we're
to,
supposed to be upgrading our ordinances to that, so I just hoping that maybe you'll do that as an environmental,
yeah,
being environmentally friendly.
the tanks and alarm systems, all that will be designed to DES standards.
The newer ones or the older ones? They haven't put in the new ones yet, that's why I'm saying it.
I would
I know
say-
you don't
I
have
would
to.
say the current ones, but I don't know, we can talk to Noria about it.
I'd appreciate it.
Um,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ann?
I have a couple questions for staff first before I address the applicants. Mr. Trotter,
Yes?
I noticed that there's a grease trap on the travel lane. Is that typical?
It's underground.
Okay, there's nothing on top of the surface to access it?
Oh, you'll see the access to the grease trap. So it's similar to when you drive over a sewer manhole or a
Okay.
drain manhole.
So it doesn't need to be accessed?
It does. but
How
that's-
often? I mean, and when do they do that
That's,
typically?
that's one of the comments, so that's why we wanted to see the design calculations, so that way, depending on how active or how well that facility does,
Yeah.
then that's how they base the inspections and the pumping out of that grease.
Okay, thank you. To the applicants, there's a spot next to the drive-up window, a loading space. Now, what is that used for?
We were asked to show a loading space. You know, how these typically work is they schedule their deliveries at off-peak hours. Most of the trucks pull up either in the front or to the side and just unload. We were asked to show a loading space, so we selected an area that was out of the way. A truck could pull up and unload and wheel it into the store from there.
But the drive-through window is between that and the building.
Yeah, yep.
You ever see a guy pulling in milk on Shasta?
No.
No? It's for a guy that's, delivering
Oh,
stuff
okay,
to the.
yeah.
For the most part, I think the vehicles are gonna pull up across the front of the store and unload right there during off-peak hours, when there isn't that much activity going on. But we have shown a loading area in order to provide one.
Okay. Another question I have is, let's see, are cars allowed to take a left onto Symes Drive from your exit on Symes? No cars either? Like if you're going to
No
the
left
park and ride?
turns
Just
out of the Sims Drive driveway.
Okay, no, none from cars or trucks?
That's the way it was originally discussed. Yep.
Now, question is, again, it's been brought up, the stacking for the drive-through window and the entryway from cars that are accessing the property from Symes Drive that have to now instead of going straight, they take a right to get into the stack,
The drive-through, yep.
the drive-through. And then you have the trucks. The only way they could leave the site to go towards 93 or even to go to Vista Ridge is to get out through that exit point on Symes Drive.
That's correct.
So you have the trucks, that's probably a space for one truck stacking there? One 18-wheeler or whatever?
In the island space, yes.
Okay.
And then, one beyond the, between the fueling area and that.
Okay.
And there's a stop sign, so that those trucks have to stop under all conditions.
Okay. Could you tell me about how many feet it is from the stop sign at the edge of your property onto Symes Drive and that turning lane where traffic that's turning into the site from Symes Drive has to take a left to cross that traffic lane for the trucks exiting?
Stop sign's about 40 feet off the edge of pavement.
I'm trying to figure out what the question is.
He's asking where the stop sign is, Jeff, in relationship to the edge of pavement on Sims Drive.
Here?
About 40 feet.
To here?
No, your stop sign coming out of the site itself.
Oh,
Bingo.
here?
You got it.
To there, the edge of pavement?
Yeah. 40 feet.
Okay.
I
I'll
got a
believe
scale.
you.
Sounds good.
I just see a lot of issues there because a lot of people that are coming to that site the first time, they'll hit that corner and probably slow down, maybe even stop to make sure they're going to the right place. Then you have the trucks waiting there to go and other cars accessing that point to exit from the pumps on the east side of the pumps. So I think there's so much congestion that may go on in that one area. I think has to be some kind of relief there. I'm worried about the queuing of the drive-through window because, even we've seen it off of 102 at one particular place on the east side, I should say on the south side of 102, and then also another place on the north side of 102. And it's a reality. So I'm worried about the congestion right in that area as cars enter from Symes Drive and then are there to take a left. So
You're talking about here?
yeah, right around there. Yeah, that area.
This layout isn't much different than, any other gas station if you look at them. There is a substantial distance there as far as queuing. And this activity, again, you go through any gas station and there are people moving through pumps into parking spaces. It's just the nature of that type of business. I think this is how we've separated it with islands and the stop bars. I think there's adequate space and I guess I just don't see the
Okay, I
problem.
just see an issue with all the trucks heading east have to go through that exit. And or going towards straight up, not that their truck would be going there, but cars that go up to Vista Ridge too. So I have an issue with that area.
Yeah. I just think
And the
with the
congestion.
numbers we're talking about,
Yeah.
that there isn't that kind of delay that you'd see that kind of congestion or stacking there.
Okay. Also, Deb was Ms. Paul was bringing up the issue of walkers to the store. There is a crosswalk there already. It may be on the other side of the intersection, but it's there, so it's gonna bring people. So, and might bring or people that want to get something before they take a bus ride, too. So I hope you can, think about that, too.
Yeah, we can approach the New Hampshire DOT, but they control that, and
Right.
they control the pedestrian phasing of the signal and so forth. We can raise the question.
I think your gas station is going to become very popular, and that's what we're thinking about for the future, too. To consider all modes of transportation also, because it's right near the rail trail, too. The rail trail's right on, cuts through Symes Drive, not far away,
Very close.
so.
May I, Art?
Yes.
Thank you. It was the one question I overlooked, and it was really a clarification question. You had mentioned that you were waiting to hear from DOT about access onto Rockingham Road. Is that approved already? Did they already say you could have a driveway there or an exit there?
It was previously approved. The new application is in front of them. We have not heard back.
So what would happen, God forbid, if they said no? What would the
Then-
plan be?
Then we would then we would.
I'm just
so
asking
typic-
just in
typic-
case.
yeah,
You never know what
typically
they're
one of
gonna
the
do. They might
conditions-
say, we're widening, we don't want to do that.
Well,
Typically, one of the conditions of approval is that we obtain these state permits. If we do not obtain that, we haven't met the conditions of approval, the plan would not be signed. We would have to come back to this board if we wanted to make an adjustment.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think.
Without that driveway, we don't have circulation for the trucks.
It's not at all unusual for the town and the state to have concurrent jurisdiction over elements of a project, and traffic and driveways are a prime example.
No, I remember that when I was at Two Litchfield. I had
Right.
an existing one, but I
So
mean,
we have to, I mean, the short answer is we need to receive approval from both regulatory bodies. And if we don't receive an approval from DOT, we don't have a project.
and how long would that take?
It varies greatly from project to project. We can be hopeful that this will not take that long because it's piggybacking off of an original permit that hasn't changed much in terms of configuration or location.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, but I think we see
Uh,
it.
Yeah, Jason.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
I actually have a question that came up while you guys, just for clarification, so on the traffic flow, so let's say a truck is coming in off of Sims Drive, right, and turns right into the station, right? So they need to essentially come here and then cut across here to get to the diesel pumps, right?
Trucks only can come in the Rockingham Road driveway. We're
Trucks
gonna,
are not allowed to come in off of
we're
Sims?
signing that, no trucks in that driveway from Sims.
Okay. That seemed like a really bad idea, so
Yep.
that makes sense.
Yep.
Jake.
Yeah, but I think the question you're asking is, we see it a lot on the precedent conditions that, all state permits are approved. So we could approve something without them having an approval from a state. But if they don't get that, then they don't meet the conditions, so then they can't continue to build.
It just seems like a large expense for them
Yeah.
on something that they don't have approval. You know what I mean? To me, I mean,
Yeah.
I paid for site plans before. It's very expensive.
It's like a chance.
Had a question with Mr. DeBay. I'm reading the, where is it? A 10-vehicle queue could not possibly be accommodated with a 10 by 60-foot building. Could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so a vehicle is 20 feet long, shorter than that, and not allowing for much space in between if you simply allow for the 20 feet. Then a 60 by 20-foot building would provide 3 spaces along one side and 1 space along the short side. So that's the
I guess,
rationale.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, this is a 60 by 100-foot building, and it's an issue now. But before, we had an 85 by 53 building, which is noticeably smaller, and it wasn't an issue then. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out why is it an issue now when they didn't have an issue in the first original approval?
Well, this is getting into more of the nuts and bolts, if you will, in terms of,
Yeah.
you know, and perhaps a little bit ahead of what, well, there are some assumptions that we were talking about before that I want to touch on again. But, you know, where you order your coffee at the kiosk there's so many spaces that go back, and then when you go back, you're now in a area where people who are accessing the drive-through, but first going in front of the building, and those are the people who would be coming in the Rockingham Road access point. All of those folks are looking to make a left there, while other people who are coming in off of Sims would be making a left into that small area and then a right into the drive-through access. And the concern really is what, you know, how many vehicles is it going to take to back up from the kiosk to before you've essentially blocked that? I don't design drive-throughs myself, so the simple question was, you know, do you have some calculations that could help, you know, confidence level a little bit on that whole thing? It may work, and clearly it's going to work during the middle of the day, but during your peak times, particularly the morning, I wonder about that. And so that's the question. And so,
Do you have calculations to be able to answer that question?
So our response to the original question was the window was shifted slightly over from the end of the building, so we shifted our stacking so the guy lined up with the window. We relocated the order board further up around the back, so it is now placed up here so that there are 6 spaces.
What was on the original plan?
It was 3 or 4.
So there's more spaces on this one from
Well,
the
then
ordered
no more spaces as far as queuing, but more spaces behind the order board.
behind the order, which is where you're gonna get backed up. I
Yep.
think. So again, I'm just having trouble understanding how the bigger building is now all of a sudden having it. Do you feel as though that's an appropriate response to the question you've asked?
well, no, it hasn't answered the question, have you calculated? I guess the answer to that question, as I'm hearing, is that no. We've positioned it, and that's what we think. But, you know, I'm not, I guess
How do you calculate it?
I would need to think about that a little bit more myself. But before I spent a whole lot of time, I wanted to know if there was a calculation that might have been used.
So again, typically, my understanding was the requirement was 10 parking
10
spaces.
And you've met that
We've
requirement.
provided 10. We moved
Correct.
the order board so that it's further up, pretty consistent with what we've seen elsewhere on other sites.
I guess that's where I get confused. If the requirement's 10 and you've got 10, why don't you agree with it?
Well, allow me to just
No, I'm
kinda,
asking you,
know,
I wanna know, you know?
Well,
it's-
I mean, the requirement is 10 until you reach a situation where it needs to be more than 10. You know, in this situation, as I pointed out, there's a critical point where people are coming in from Sims and people who are coming in from Rockingham are making a left turn to get into the drive-through at pretty much the same point. So you've got people who are turning this way and that way, looking to get into that queue. And so, you know, I have some concern about that. And but at the end of the day, I may be satisfied that, you know, by simply satisfying the 10 vehicle requirement, that all is well. But this was simply a comment that was.
Yeah, so I guess that's what was confusing me,
Yeah.
is they're meeting the requirement, but you're not satified with the fact that they met the requirement. That's what's confusing me.
Yeah, because my
Jake,
job
we
is
also-
operations.
We also look at other sites in town. And the one that I got to beat
I
on
get it.
is
It's
that-
right across the
is
street.
that Dunkin' Donuts. Have you
Yep.
ever seen the traffic there?
Drive by it every day.
There you go. Have you ever gotten all the complaints about it?
But
Have you gotten the complaints? I get the complaints.
What's their queue status, though? Are
That's-
they have 10?
That's what we'd have to look.
Let's have one person talk at a time.
So
a little more order
I
here.
think there's a lot there to digest, that they're meeting a requirement, but it's not satisfactory. I don't quite understand that. You know, can we,
I think you need to let the, I think the
I get
engineers come
that. So,
to
so
a
my
meeting
question
of the
is, how do we
mind.
move forward without, you know, we set precedent conditions all the time. Can we approve this tonight to meet all these precedent conditions?
No.
Why not?
What Al said about,
But that would be a precedent condition, that it has to meet the ZBA's,
Yeah,
no?
I would disagree. I would disagree.
Are you talking signage?
Yes.
That was the sign
I
comment.
don't understand that, because if we make it a condition that it has to meet the ZBA, if the ZBA says no, then it gets canceled. Just out of curiosity, how many people are in the audience for this right now?
Hey, Jake, let's not, this is not a celebrity show.
No, I'm just asking a general question. How do we get it moved
I
forward?
just, I just want to
I've
make,
been waiting patiently to ask a question, so let's let others talk. Please. You all set?
No, I do have a couple of other, just to settle some minds with the curb cut onto Route 28. Wasn't this originally 3 lots?
It was originally 3.
And isn't, when you have 3 lots and you only have you don't have an access point off of Sims Drive for the other 2 lots, isn't the state required to give you access to your lot in a curb cut?
I believe that
they actually established that we had these 2 curb cuts.
Right. So it's not unreasonable to think that you're helping the situation out by consolidating them, going in and saying, this is what we're doing with the curb cuts. I think they'd be, and you already got it before. So I don't
Well, so I
it'd be
think,
a big issue.
right, I mean, that was the point I wanted to focus on. We've got the driveway permit from the prior approval that shows the 2 curb cuts. I don't know that DOT is necessarily going to be focused on how many parcels are there. I think it's 2 before, 2 after. I don't anticipate them having a real change of heart based on the removal of a bank and the addition of a fueling island.
So just for your benefit, Deb, you know, I think it's very likely that they're gonna get that.
I agree with you, but I just was like concerned, because you never, like, when I heard them saying they might open the road more, they might be like, well, you know, you never know. And I just didn't want them to spend more money than they needed to spend. I was actually watching out for you guys.
And I appreciate that, but I will assure you that this is a very common issue, and an applicant and a developer has to go someplace first and someplace second, and it's very typical that the town and the state are out of sync in terms of who's approving when. And that's why the comment is appropriate, which is, it's a very typical condition of approval that other required permits are obtained before the plan is signed and certainly before a building permit is
And-
drawn.
Okay.
One other one, because I just wanna make sure that you guys, if you walk away from this, you have an understanding. And if, there's a lot of people that want sidewalks down Sims Drive, or are suggesting that, right? But wouldn't those sidewalks go on some private landowner's property?
Well, it certainly could if it extends beyond
State right away, or?
a state right-of-way or this parcel. I mean, sure, we
think
couldn't
it's
speak
going
for
to.
anyone else, that's for
So
certain.
how would you have the ability to go to an abutter? It wouldn't be customary or fair to say you have to go to negotiate with your butters to put in a sidewalk.
We can't. I mean, there are means of dealing with contributions towards larger projects and having something planned in advance and having, you know, certain fair shares, calculated. But the simple answer to your question is, you're right, we only control what we control.
So the state doesn't want it. Your butters, you don't really have any control over. So although it's nice, it's not feasible for you to do.
Well, it's interesting to me because this is almost a repeat of the prior conversation from the prior approval where we felt we were stuck between immovable objects and had no way out. So that's an accurate summary of what we thought last time, and I guess we still think it.
Yeah, I think we're going through that, and it's probably not so feasible. Bruce?
So two things, Mr. Chair. So I'm still struggling with the queue line. So the town's site plan regulation, and I apologize if I use the wrong nomenclature, requires 10 queuing spots for a drive-through occupancy.
That's correct.
Does the site plan then further go on to say that the contracted engineer by the town can determine that the 10 spots is not adequate based upon site plan flow, or to some further explanation? Or is it really just an opinion-based conjecture?
So there's no specific language stating what you just said. However, we send out the entire site plan for review to, in this case, Stantec, and traffic is part of that review. When reviewing traffic, my understanding of the comment is that it's not as simple as, yes, there's 10 spaces, you met the reg. It's relative to what else is going on around those 10 spaces. Movement of vehicles, how they're getting in and out, as we've discussed in great length at this point. So I think that's where we're getting to. Yes, you meet the 10 stacking space requirement, but it's relative to where those 10 spaces are on site and how the other vehicles are maneuvering around that stacking area.
Okay.
And staff agrees with the concern.
Sure. And Mr. Chair, am I correct to assume that we've basically just spent an hour and a half on an exercise of futility, since we have no ability to move I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we can, staff makes a recommendation, but we're the ultimate board that makes the decision.
But I think you have to be careful of what could happen if not following, staff's decision. I think we've gotten into a problem, I think it was probably a year ago with that. And we had a letter from our town council addressed to the board that dealt with it. And I think we have to think it through and have our specific reasons stated. That would be the boards or whoever makes the motion, their specific reasons on why they want to make that motion. So especially, I think if you go, let's say, overrule staff, I think you've got to have a specific reason why and a legal reason why also. Otherwise, we could have our difficulties. So, I think it's just wise to follow staff because they have the expertise, they have the scientific knowledge. I think there's got to be a science behind this. You just
Sure.
don't,
But
willy-nilly, say, because that's where you get into trouble.
if we never have an ability to go against staff, then really what's our point?
We got to have a reason.
Sure, sure, I get it.
And I haven't heard a reason yet.
Well,
so-
I mean, I think a reason is there needs to be 10 spots, and 10 spots is what we require, and that seems good enough to me, but I mean,
That might be
again,
good. Might be good enough for you. I like to be a little more thorough, and I mean, I look around at some of the, especially Dunkin' Donuts.
Sure.
Queues that back up into traffic. And why does that happen? They have their 10 spaces also.
Yeah.
But you gotta look at traffic flow. And people get upset when you drive in, and you get this line and track cars all over the place, and people trying to, cut someone else off. So why should we create problems like that? It's hard on the public.
Sure.
But
Life is
I-
good, business is better.
I think we're at the point now, I'd like to hear from the public anyway. See
Oh,
what's
yeah, let's do that,
On their
yeah.
thoughts, so. Are there any abutters or anyone that has, from the public, that has any questions, comments, concerns? We'll take abutters first. But Ray?
No, I'm waiting for abutters.
Oh, the gentleman right back here.
Oh, yeah, use the podium, please.
Yes,
That's, I got a thing about the podium. I like the
You
podium.
like the podium.
It looks
Yeah, hi.
good. It looks
Hello?
good on you.
Can you work?
Politician there. But name and address, please.
Can you hear it? I don't think it's,
can hear
okay.
you.
Hi, Mark Cooper, owner of MKC Enterprises, which owns the building. And I just made a couple comments down here. I said, hello, well, I said that already. Who owns the building? A lot has changed since the beginning of this project. Personally, I am no longer in a business there. I had sold the facility in October last year. I do still own the building. Since I sold the company to a company called Herc Rentals, they did a very similar thing, but on a much larger scale than I did. Back in October, I have been made aware of traffic business from the current occupants. They've mentioned it to me, but you know, that's what this process is. So I told them I would attend and give them some feedback. Basically, if I remember right, and I could be wrong, there was going to be no diesel. Now there's diesel. There was going to be no big trucks. Now there's big trucks. And I suspect that's what's causing the problem that's arisen tonight. It's my opinion, but a bank, now no bank. And of course, traffic studies during COVID, now post-COVID, if I hear that correctly. Well, you know, there were some weird things that happened that was out of all our controls. I'm not sure how this process works or flows, but I'm glad that there is a process. But let's make sure it's safe for all. And that's always what I wanted. Let's just make sure it's safe for all, not all we want. Some good comments from the board. Thank you for all your time.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ray.
You'll be representing the public this evening, right?
Yes, I will. Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. I've heard a lot of conversation here. I've heard a lot of conversation about parking spots. A lot of time spent on that. But the real subject here of concern is traffic. And we can talk about traffic studies, current traffic studies, recent traffic studies, but we need to look at the future here. We're talking about Sims, which I think goes to Jack Bridge. Does it not? Yes, okay. I think we have another developer with a project to build a 100,000 square foot development warehouse. There's also a lot of other property along Jack Bridge that is going to be built up, undoubtedly, okay? Which is going to increase the traffic on this particular roadway intersection. And then we have a little issue with water coming down from Vista Ridge that the state, Manchester Water, and Pennachuck is got to deal with. And the town does too, by the way. We also have a little problem with traffic on 28. The head of Mammoth Road, I think there's a plan to completely redo that, maybe put in a roundabout, maybe. And then going down south on 28, Stonehenge, discussion about putting in another roundabout. We also heard about pass-through traffic. I assume that means people going up 28 that want to stop for a coffee and a donut or something. Let me tell you something. If you got heavy truck traffic coming up 93 and happen to want to get fuel at this location, they're getting off 93 at exit 5, going to this location, and then coming back out of there. Now, they may want to go up Jack Bridge Drive to actually deliver some product up there. What we're talking about here is present time. We need to look at the future and what this is going to be next year, 5 years, 10 years. By the way, Route 28 probably should be 4 lanes. Oh, that's going to be a big project. We got a lot of things that would have to move. But it's a little more than 10 parking spaces that we're concerned with here. We're concerned with the big picture, and that is traffic, and the fact that the roadway is going to have to be dug up because we got to put in additional water, municipal water, to the town of Londonderry. We got some big issues here, and I appreciate these folks that have come forward with their project. Seems like a nice project. I think it's the wrong location, but that's my opinion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ray.
Is there anyone else? Not, we'll bring it back to the board for more questions. Or, Ann?
I just want to say, I want to thank you, as others have before me, for working with the Heritage Commission, because when this project was originally brought to the board, I couldn't believe the amount of neon and bright colors in it. And you've worked well with the Heritage Commission to tone it down, and I think it looks like a really nice design you have as far as the building, the look of it, and the canopy for the gas pumps, too. And I thank you for that.
I think there was a good working relationship with the Heritage Commission. We arrived at a good design. But,
I have one question.
yes, Roger?
In all the discussions we've had, the traffic designer, I believe, said that when they're finished with this project, we would have only built out 60% of the available use on 128 there, on the roadway. Is that correct, or am I so we have a lot of capacity to go forward into the future. Is that correct? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we have 3 waivers to address. So we can take the 3 together or 3 separately. It's up to the board.
Yeah, we might as well take them separately.
Probably the best.
Mr. Chair, can we make a motion to accept the waiver for section 4.6.7.7 D1A with regards to landscaping?
Okay, and that's performance overlay district to allow the front landscape buffer to be reduced by 40 feet to 30 feet. Staff supports this waiver as the lot constrained due to New Hampshire DOT taking along 28 and Sims Drive for roadway expansion, et cetera, et cetera. That's,
Yes.
I will second that motion as stated.
okay. Motion by Jake, second by Bruce. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative.
Abstain because I did not hear the motion.
Okay, so that's just, was waiver number 1. Okay, we can do
Make
2
a
or 3
motion
together?
to accept waiver number 2, which is with regards to section 4.14B1 of the site plan regulations.
Okay, that's to provide existing sewer and drainage information, inverts and pipe data on a portion of the existing sanitary sewer system in Rockingham. Staff supports the waiver.
Yeah, you're doing out of
Am I out of order?
Yeah, you're out of order.
I'm out
So,
of
so
order.
you're doing number 3 there, Jake.
Do number
Did
2
I?
first.
I'm on number 2.
Strike your motion. Stop.
Oh, okay, motion is deleted.
A different thing here?
This one first. Applicant is requesting
Number 2 is the
a
applicant's
3.0
requesting a waiver from section 3.08.G.3.
Yeah. So moved.
I'll second that one too.
Okay, that's to allow drainage pipe with less than 3 feet of cover. Staff supports that.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
I'm on the right one.
Jake made the motion. Bruce seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and motion carries. Waiver number 2 is granted. You can find 3 there, Jake?
I was a couple pages down. I'd like to make an motion to approve the waiver, section 4.14.B1 of the site plan regulations to not provide existing sewer and drainage information, inverts and pipe data on a portion of the existing sanitary sewer system in the Rockingham Road.
Okay, and it's supported by staff.
Yes.
Second.
I'll second that one too.
So Bruce seconds that motion. Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, can you repeat what you just said about the staff?
So-
About
Oh,
the
staff supports the waiver.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and motion carries. Number 3 is approved. So the 3 waivers have been approved. Now, we have to make a decision whether we want to continue this, or following staff's recommendation, or do we chart our own course and provide our own reasons why?
Question for you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If the board makes a motion to approve this with all the following conditions and the board says no, what happens to the application from there?
Motion fails.
Okay, so.
So then we should make another motion then.
Yeah, I feel like I have a mixed bag here of how people feel about some of the conditions.
Yeah, flush it out.
Well, I don't want to go through that and then say no to them and now, you know.
Yeah.
So, guess we'll make a recommendation to, I'll make a motion to continue this to the January 11th planning board meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Jason has made a motion to continue, and seconded by Ted. Any discussion by the board on the continuance to the 11th of January?
Just a procedure question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So the applicant would then work with staff, or they're not allowed to work with staff because it's in final,
They would work with staff.
they work with staff?
Yeah.
So it goes back to
So
design.
this is to clarify that they should work with staff.
And so-
Otherwise, we'll be in the same situation again.
Right, so staff and the applicant will work to resolve the
The
items that are addressed in the memo to us
Which are
regarding the
traffic
site plan.
related
Correct.
to-
They receive a copy of this memo.
Okay. And then they would come back to us hopefully January 11th, 2023, with the satisfied issues, and then we could take a vote, but the waivers have already been approved, correct?
I have a second note on that. Is this enough time for the applicant to do what they need to do before coming back to us?
So this is a tough one because I don't know what the memo says yet, but I think what we would do is accept that it may very well be enough time, and if it isn't, we would submit an additional request for continuance.
Okay. I'm just worried with the holiday coming up if it's enough time for your engineers.
I don't know what it
You
says,
guys
but
are
I'm
working straight through Christmas, Ted, I can feel
I'm
it.
going to be hopeful. I'm hopeful we'll be back in 30 days and asking to wrap it up.
Great.
Yeah, there isn't a free engineer around, believe me. Jeff's smiling there.
We have a motion on the table.
I'll second that then. I'll go along then, sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion by Jake and a second by Ted for the continuance to the 11th of January. And then there'll be time, I don't know if you can get on the ZBA schedule, see what they could do.
Right, so if it's not out of order, I would share that I don't believe it is our intention to approach the ZBA before the site plan approval. We can certainly label the plan as requiring variances or take off the items that would require variances or do something so that this board is comfortable that it's not approving something that would require zoning relief. But I don't think there's any need to approach the ZBA and invest in that process before we know where the site plan lands, especially with respect to something like signage that is typically handled as a separate matter.
Well, you have something, Kelly?
Well, I would recommend removing the signage that's not compliant if the request is for this board to approve the plan set.
Yes.
Discussion, can the applicant go to the ZBA with a more elaborate sign package than what they show on their site plan and get a improvement to the site plan, to the signing package?
They could, whatever the ZBA has done is what we have to live with.
But, so we would approve a plan.
Pardon?
Subsequent to approval, they could go and get relief, right?
Yes.
So we would approve the site plan with the signage that is within the, is it an ordinance? Right, and then they could go to the
It'd have to be
ZBA.
within our regulations.
Right, and then they can go to
They
the
could go to
ZBA
the
post
ZBA
site plan
then.
approval.
And then get, extra signage. That's been done before.
Okay.
So if they haven't gone to the ZBA, let's say, and they come to us, we would approve it with what is allowed in our regulations.
So we'll just see smaller signs.
Our intention was to show you what we're proposing, we're hoping to get, so that we're upfront about it.
Right, the intent here was to be transparent, that we would like to ask for zoning relief and have the sign package that you've been shown on the renderings. It was never our intention to somehow have those approved through a site plan process, knowing they're non-compliant.
Right, because what we'd have to approve, we have to be compliant with our regulations.
We're not asking the planning board to grant the variance.
We can't.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so my question, we're basically telling them to come here with a smaller sign, knowing that you're gonna make a bigger sign. This goes back to my question of, couldn't we just make that if they don't get to the ZBA before their hearing here, couldn't we just make it a condition of approval of the site that the variance has to be accepted by the ZBA?
But the plans they bring to us would have to be, meeting our regulations. I mean, they could still do that.
Good?
We'll remove the signage that doesn't conform,
All right.
knowing that we're gonna go to
We're not-
ZBA.
We're not looking to generate confusion.
Yeah, no, I know, I just.
Yeah, I
So we
think,
just
I think it
approve
did get a
what's
little
allowed.
confusing, because, before my time, the signs you see along 102 met regulations. And then about everyone's gone to the ZBA, so the sign has changed, size, location, and so forth, so. And that's outside of the planning board.
Sounds like a sign discussion for a later date.
There is a lot of discussion about signs, so.
All right, so I think we have is there a motion on the floor?
Something for
Yeah.
future, so, we will go for a vote on the motion that's on the floor, which is to continue the application to the 11th of January, 2023. That is it, so, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Abstentions. Chair votes affirmative. Motion carries. The plan is continued to the 11th of January, 2023. And this is the official continuance announcement.
That's why we go through this.
Okay.
That's why we go through.
I'm sorry, no, I only had one copy, I gave it to Jeff. I can also email it tomorrow.
Okay, next we have a public hearing on an application for a formal review of a site plan for the construction of a proposed 6,709 square foot water tank. 1.25, when I see MG, it's milligrams, so I know it's not that,
Million
so.
gallons.
Milligrams. Approved. You won't see it.
Here you go.
My scientific background, so you have to excuse
Yeah,
me.
Bruce, here you go.
Yeah. And associated site improvements, which includes a proposed 5,650 linear feet transmission water main beginning at the proposed water tank located at 7 Rear Gordon Drive, tax map 10, lot 142, and ending at the proposed booster station located at Michael's Way, Marketplace Drive, tax map 10, lot 41, 7 Rear Gordon Drive, tax map 10, lot 142, zoned agricultural residential 1. Pennachuck East Utility Incorporated is the owner and the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there's no outstanding checklist items. Staff recommends that the application be accepted as complete.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application as complete for staff recommendation memorandum dated December 7th, 2022.
Second?
Okay, motion by Al, second by Jake for completeness. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative. And this starts the 65-day timeframe in which this board has to render a decision, and also the public hearing. And just whoever's making the presentation, come forward and identify yourselves for our records, please.
I'm Trevor Yanda with Meridian Land Services, here representing Pennachuck.
Mark Killian, Pennachuck Water, Construction Services Manager. I'd like to introduce some of the other team members that are with us tonight. We have John Bovier, Pennachuck Chief Engineer, Casey Harden, Staff Engineer with Pennachuck, Devin Smith with Underwood Engineers, and Attorney Pat Panciaco.
Okay, welcome everyone.
So hopefully we can all assist in any questions that you have this evening.
Okay,
Thank you.
as long as it's not about traffic.
Not a lot of traffic
Not a
here.
lot of traffic.
Do you have any queue spaces? All right.
I didn't know, in the interest of time, I know the hour is late, and we have the fourth item on this agenda as well, which is the booster station. I guess from a project overview standpoint, would it be helpful for the board, again, in the interest of time, to just hear from the tank transmission main down to the booster station as a general overview of the site?
We can do that, but we'd have to take the motions for each one separately.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can see the whole thing.
Yeah, okay.
And then we would ask questions and everything. I go through staff, the board, and the public.
Yep.
And then we'll bring it back to the board, and then we'll do one, and then we'll do the other one.
Okay, great. Sounds good. So again, the proposed water tank is situated on lot 10-142. It's accessed off of Gordon Drive. There's an existing, it's labeled as an unnamed way. It's a paved stub that terminates at the property line, and that's where we're proposing to access the site from. The tank itself, it's 35 feet in height. The diameter is just under 93 feet for a total area of the 6,709 square feet. The access will be provided by a gravel drive for maintenance and utility vehicles for routine maintenance and upkeep. The site will be enclosed in a perimeter fence, and it'll be gated just off of the access way, just south of the property line. And then there's a proposed stormwater detention area to capture runoff from the roof and portion of the gravel access drive, which outlets to a grassed treatment swale for treatment of stormwater. And that's kind of the gist of the site here. We are requesting a few waivers on this site in regards to the, one is in regards to the scale of a couple of the plans within the plan set. Given the size of the property, a 60 scale plan is used to depict the existing conditions, and then a 50 scale plan is used to depict the kind of the overall with all the abutter information on there. So we are requesting a waiver on that aspect of it. We're also requesting waivers in regards to the monumentation on the site. So Spring Road to the south of the site, it's a Class 6 road, and there's no definitive description of this right-of-way that we were able to recover, and was discussed with town staff as well to see if there were any plans that might not have been recorded or any descriptions that would clearly define this right-of-way. So we're requesting a waiver that we don't need to set monuments on the Spring Road right-of-way because there's no clear definition of what that is. Those are the two waivers. And I think I'll just move, so moving on to the transmission main portion of it. The transmission main exits the tank in the kind of the southwest quadrant of the tank, and it crosses Spring Road. Kelly, I don't know if you can go to the transmission main plan set potentially. You can see it on the utility plan too, but yeah, that one right there. And I think second sheet will be the one where you'll see it coming off the the tank site. So it comes out of the tank site, and there are existing wetland areas that we're working around, and we are seeking a conditional use permit for buffer impacts for each part of this project. And I guess moving back to the tank site, the access point is located entirely within the CO district. So there's no feasible way to access the site without at least, without coming through it. And then for the transmission main itself, it runs south, paralleling the property line of lot 10-41, essentially all the way down to Pillsbury Road. It crosses Pillsbury Road and then turns east towards Michael's Way. And then it runs south behind the existing stormwater pond that treats runoff from the phase 1 of the Woodmont Commons development before it intersects with the booster station. In total, it's just under 5,700 linear feet. We did discuss each of these projects with the Conservation Commission. They had no issues with the CUP application for the tank site, given that we need to access the site. And then for the transmission main, we are proposing, there are some temporary buffer impacts to trench the water line, but we're proposing to directionally drill to avoid any direct wetland impacts, paralleling the that property line of lot 10-42. And then I believe most of the southern portion of the transmission main is essentially within the CO district behind the existing stormwater pond. So that's kind of the gist of those two pieces. And then I guess moving to the booster station, Kelly, if you could go to the layout plan for the booster station, please. The booster station is located just north of Marketplace Drive and on the west side of Michael's Way. It's right near there's an outlet control structure and spillway for the existing stormwater pond there. And that area had been previously, developed as part of the grading for Michael's Way. So we're accessing this booster station, which is 30 by 40, 1,200 square feet, with a paved access way, again, for routine maintenance and utility vehicles. When we discussed this initially with the Conservation Commission, the building was entirely located within the 100-foot buffer that's denoted by the dashed line. It does actually run into Michael's Way. So the Conservation Commission did not want it located within the buffer, and we've worked to kind of meet in the middle and move it slightly out of the buffer. But given the given the existing site, and this is kind of the best place for this building to be, in regards to the concern that the Conscom had with the building location, they were concerned about stormwater runoff from the impervious surfaces flowing west into that existing wetland there. What we've done here is the access way is curbed on the west side and graded to a catch basin that will essentially capture all of the runoff from the impervious surfaces and convey it into the existing pond for treatment. Given the small area, there's no, the pond has adequate capacity to handle the additional runoff. Again, we are seeking, a CUP for the impacts associated with the work for the water line and the booster station in this area. Again, these are all to enhance the flow rate, the redundancy, and the safety of the existing system within the town. We feel that we've addressed the Hoyle Tanner third-party review comments, as well as concerns raised by Heritage, Conservation Commission, and the associated departments. So I guess with that, I don't know, Mark, if you have anything else to add.
You pretty well summed it up. I mean, the system needs storage. Our water system needs storage here. We've got Devin here from Underwood who can go into that, expand on that much greater detail than I can, if you guys would like to hear that later on. No, I think that sums it up quite well.
Okay, probably a little bit of housekeeping that I need to do here is, since we've discussed both plans, is actually get it accepted as complete. So the second part of the Penachuk, site plan is a public hearing on an application for a formal review of a site plan for the construction of a proposed 1,200 square foot booster station and associated site improvements, which includes a proposed 5,650 linear feet transmission water main beginning at the proposed water tank located at 7 Rear Gordon Drive, tax map 10, lot 142, and ending at the proposed booster station located at Michael's Way, Marketplace Drive, tax map 10, lot 41, Michael's Way, Marketplace Drive, tax map 10, lot 41, zoned Woodmont Commons, PUD, Penachuk East Utility Incorporated is the applicant, and Pillsbury Realty Development LLC is the owner. And that is,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there were no outstanding checklist items. Staff would recommend that the application be accepted as complete.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application as complete per staff recommendation memorandum dated December 7th, 2022.
Second.
okay, motion by Al.
Second.
I heard together.
You heard me.
My thunder.
Ted's closest to me.
All right.
Ted does the second.
Teddy, I'll give it to you.
Any discussion on the completeness? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions? And this is complete also, the same verbiage. It starts the 65-day time frame, and the presentation, you've made the presentation, so basically we got two site plans on the table to discuss. So what I'll do, I'll go to staff, get staff input, we'll go to the board, and then we'll go to the public for the public input.
Art, real
Yes.
quick, I don't think we actually made the water tower one complete in acceptance, did we? At that
Yes.
same
Yes,
time?
we did.
Oh, it didn't seem like how you read both of them. It didn't sound it.
Yes, yeah,
My apologies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah, both of them were, I got approval from our able staff.
Great.
Mr. Chairman, members of
Right
the
over
board, I'll
there.
go through
Okay,
the,
John.
I'll go through the water tank comments first. As Trevor indicated, they are requesting two waivers. Waiver to section 4.01 of the site plan regs to allow a scale of 1 inch equals 60 feet, which does not comply with the requirements of 1 inch equals 40. Staff supports the granting of this waiver as the scale fits and provides information at a legible scale. Second waiver request was to section 412A and 309D of the site plan regs to not provide labeling monuments in the boundary of the southerly property right-of-way line. Staff supports the granting of this waiver as there is a lack of information available to provide said data. I will go through the comments for the water tank. Applicant has, first two items are waivers. Third item is to clarify note 2 on sheet SP4, which indicates 2 parking spaces are provided. The plan indicates only 1 space. We're requesting that the applicant provide all riprap design calculations. On the water main extension, we're requesting that they provide topography on sheets SP5 and 6. Second was to provide separate landscaping improvements plans, or they did not, however, but does not plan to propose any landscaping along the transmission line. Third item was the applicant shall provide benchmark data on sheets SP5 and 6. Item 4, the applicant should label the abutting land uses. Item 5, the applicant should show the description of all water valves near the proposed booster station. Item 7, the next one was to the water storage plans in the water main extension. We're requesting that they provide copies of all pertinent permits. We're requesting that the applicant provide the certification block for the wetland scientists on the water tank plans to identify the proposed tank overflow location. On the grading and drainage plans, we're asking them to coordinate the proposed outlet structure design with the engineering division in order to meet the town standards. Item B, the applicant should clarify the use of the manhole and intent to bury manhole 1344 or provide additional grading details. On the utility plan, we're requesting that they show the location of the 4-inch water main leading to the former pump house. Comments to detail sheet number 2 is to review the detail provided to ensure that the proposed details meet the town standards. Item C, to coordinate the names of the locations in the scour hole sizing table with the drainage, storage tank drainage report. Item 6 are related to drainage details, requesting that they provide additional information in the notation regarding the stabilization of the proposed surface over the water main in a cross-country situation in the standard section. We have a number of comments to the drainage report indicating to add the project location and any hydraulic grade line for each node, ensure the riprap calculations meet the requirements of the intended detail. Applicant should show more clear contour labels off-site to validate the drainage boundaries. And item D, we're requesting that they clarify if there's any proposed sediment forebay as mentioned in the drainage report and shown in detail 3 in the water storage tank plans. A couple of comments in terms of the water main extension. We're requesting that the applicant add a note stating the edge of the conservation overlay district and no disturbance, no cut zone shall be appropriately delineated in the field prior to construction. Requesting that they add the grading intent to the typical trench details so the intent to match existing is clear during construction. The applicant, we're requesting that they clearly show the location and method of connecting to the existing 12-inch water main in Michael's Way. Lastly, to verify the DRC comments of the Planning, Conservation, Heritage, and the Fire Department. And we did dealt with the waivers, or we will deal with the waivers. As far as the booster station, I'll go through those comments. Applicant should provide particular notes on the existing conditions, or excuse me, on, to provide particular notes on the title sheets. Those are outlined in the memo. Item 2, the applicant should include the owner's signature. Applicant should provide additional water details. The applicant should provide a typical plan and profile driveway apron detail. Provide utility clearance letters for all required services. Should identify the PUD sub-area and provide an updates table demonstrating how the land use density is calculated. The applicant should ensure the proposed building and parking areas will not interfere with the 1 acre of required conservation green space in reference plan number 2. We're requesting that they note the 2 parking spaces that have been provided be depicted on the plan. They should add the conservation overlay line type to the legend, include the typical pipe trench detail. Couple of comments to the grading plan, grading and drainage plans. We have some comments to the drainage report associated with the booster pump station. And lastly, I'll just verify again that the DRC comments of the Planning, Conservation, Heritage, and Fire Department have been addressed. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, John. Ellie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize I neglected to include a motion to you related to the conditional use permits. However, I will confirm that the Conservation Commission does in fact support the CUP request, and staff would recommend approval of said CUP.
Okay, that's for the tank.
Correct.
And along the
And along the trench line for the,
Yeah, okay, for
Correct.
both plans. Okay. So I will go to the board, we'll discuss both plans, and then when it comes to trying to make motions, we will take the tank first, and then we'll do the booster station next. So, Ann's writing, so I'll start with Jake. Jake looks like he's ready to go again.
Love coming to me tonight, huh? Question on the tank. What is the distance from your proposed fence to the edge of the wood line at what would be 28 Gordon Drive, John and Karen Martin?
So you're asking for basically the nearest point from the fence to that property
to the
line?
nearest wood line there.
About 50 feet.
From
Fence to the property line, sorry.
You go like this, From here to there, it's definitely more than 50
Oh,
feet.
okay. I mean, I would say about 200 feet.
200.
Yeah.
200?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how much from what would be this wood line, if you will, to there? Scroll up a
Show me
little bit.
again, Jake. Do it again.
Scroll up a little bit. So from like here to, here to this fork wood line, what that is.
About 160 feet or so from that hydrant.
Okay. I guess one concern for me would be, what we can do to try and hide this for the abutters a little bit. How tall is the tank?
It's 35 feet.
35 feet?
Yep.
For a
Can
good,
I ask how wide it is while you're talking about the height and width?
It's 92 feet 5 inches, I believe, is the
Correct.
outer diameter.
It's about 30 feet across, 30 and a half
Jake? I
No,
know the Heritage
nine-
Commission
93.
Had concern about, and they
Yeah.
recommended putting,
Okay.
shrubs and so forth.
Yeah,
in there. Maybe we'll have them go through it.
Okay.
Because the Heritage wanted to make sure that it's shielded as much as possible
yeah,
from.
so do you have a plan to landscape it?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you want to go to sheet LS1, Kelly, if possible. Yeah, we have, so 5 large evergreen trees to screen it. And the existing woods in this area, it is quite dense.
Yeah.
I know during the fall when it's stick season, that can definitely be
I guess that's my biggest concern is when leaves are off the trees. I believe from the corner of this parking lot to the Laffa Fields is about 250 feet, and you can certainly see the Laffa Fields from the corner of the parking lot up there. So, I would want to emphasize on, you say 5 large evergreens. To fill an area that big, they'd have to be some pretty large evergreens from the get-go. What is your size that you're thinking those are?
Well, there's a limit on, I guess, what you can actually physically buy and plant, but,
Yeah.
It is a long-term view as well. The trees are going to grow, and we did speak with Heritage. They brought up the same point, and they were going at it as far as what color the tank's going to be. Typically, these tanks are neutral earth tones, and, we can, essentially, it's a pick and choose as far as, what's going to work with what's out there.
Yep.
Obviously, during the time when visibility is at its best, when leaves are down and all of that. So I think between the existing, 150, 200 feet, even if it's not vegetated, it does still screen and obscure. You're not going to see this massive, bulb sticking out of the landscape, I guess is what,
I have a good feeling you'll still probably see a good chunk of it. I would assume that you're looking at 5 to start out with, 8 to 10 foot trees. Would that be correct?
in the neighborhood, yes.
So I don't feel that 5, 8 to 10 foot trees, well, I understand that, a Serbian spruce or whatever is gonna be 40 or 60 feet 30 years from now. That is certainly not gonna help those abutters tomorrow. I would rather see something that's more of a dense arborvitae row or something of the like along that fence line to make sure that, they really, we're giving them as much as they can, because I would be willing to bet that that area is certainly bigger than the room we're in right now, and if you put 5 trees in this room, really wouldn't make trying to give you guys an idea of space. So I would much rather see, some type of row, much more dense than that. I understand what you're showing is a 40 to 60 foot tree. But I have a feeling the people in that house probably wouldn't see that 40 to 60 foot tree in their lifetime. They'll only see a 20 or 30 foot tree.
Yeah,
So-
we certainly wouldn't
Yeah.
be against adding some
Yeah,
arborvitaes or
so if we
something
could,
to
if
tighten
we
the
could make
screen up
that
a little
dense
bit.
and do some sort of arborvitae row, something, that's gonna get 20 or 30 feet. I think your average arborvitae is only gonna stop around 20 feet, but, if you're putting them more like a 5 or 6 feet on center type thing, they're gonna be very dense from the get-go, and I think that's probably pretty important. I have a feeling, I don't know if any of you guys back there are that homeowner, but it would probably be exactly what you're gonna come up to say. Yeah. So I would want to make sure that, you know, where we have these open areas that are on the, I guess you would call it the northeast and the northwest side of this property, you know, let's make sure that that is as dense as we can make it today, not as dense as it could be 40 years from now, to make sure that we're reducing the impact for these residents as soon as it goes up, you know? That's really all I have to say about that. I saw the other, the Woodmont side of things. It seems pretty cut and dry. If I'm looking at that right, is it on the same side as the retention pond? Is that what I was looking at?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't have any problems with that, but, you know, my focus would certainly be, as one member of the board, I don't think 5 trees cuts appropriately hiding what is a relatively massive structure. And I'm good from there, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Jake. Bruce?
I'm excited to be talking about water.
Waiting all night.
Well, water's very near and dear to my heart. So do you have any structures similar to this already within the bounds of the community?
No, in Londonderry?
I think it's Manchester Waterworks is the other one.
Manchester Waterworks got 2 tanks up Noyes Road.
Are you familiar with the tanks that are on Josephine Drive in Londonderry from Manchester Waterworks? Yes. Will they be of similar construction, size, and capacity?
Yeah, come to the microphone, please. And people listening at home can hear you too, so.
Good evening, everyone. This is Devin Smith with Underwood Engineers. So Manchester Waterworks has a 3 million and a 2 million gallon storage tanks on that you're referring to. We're proposing a 1.25 million gallon storage tank, so it is quite a bit smaller than those tanks. And those tanks are also quite a bit taller. I don't know their exact height off the top of my head because that's not the project we're discussing tonight.
Sure.
But they are of similar construction as well.
Okay. The capacity of this tank, is this being designed for today's water crisis, or does there additional capacity within the tank to handle tomorrow's water crisis? Man, I'm getting all the people.
Oh, you're getting it.
Brought the whole team.
It's a team effort.
You're making it work.
John Boivier, I'm the chief engineer with Penachuk. This tank was sized, one of the things that came through as the system has developed, it never was built with storage, and it needed storage. So when the DES a couple years back, it said, look, it's basically a deficiency of the system not to have storage on a system that's this size. So we were progressing with a storage tank. And at the same time, there was planned development that was coming in with the Woodmont Commons from the original, I think back in the, several years ago, it called for additional storage and building that as part of the planned unit development. So we were approached by Pillsbury. They needed to bring water to their site. We couldn't do it without storage, nor could the existing system remain resilient and viable without it, because we only really have one point of feed into that upper level system. If anybody remembers, about several months ago, there was a main break on Pillsbury, and a large portion of the town was without water. Okay, this is the type of thing that with this tank, with the Michaels Way booster station, we're going to add that resiliency. So there'll be people that won't be without water for 8 hours while we fix a major water main break. The other interesting thing about this is it allows dairy water. We have the South Road connection down in Derry. That can be as a secondary service to this whole system as well, too, with the Michaels Way booster station. We just don't have to rely on a one-way feed. We can bring water in from 2 directions now. But yes, this tank was sized for the existing water system as it was, plus the Woodmont Commons needs. Hence, we went to the PUC and got a special contract with the folks from Pillsbury approved so that they could actually contribute half the cost of this project to complete it.
So is that for Pillsbury Woodmont development build out as it sits today, or at full build out?
Full build out. Full build out.
And before we get to Woodmont full build out, this enhances the capacity and the service delivery for the current system.
That's correct. If Woodmont didn't exist. We would still be building a tank, we would still be looking for additional pumping capacity. It's just that the complexion of this, because of those things layered on top of each other, all came to place at the same time. You see the project as it is today. So we would have been doing this regardless.
Will this tank, what's the build out for this tank? How long is it gonna take? Assuming you get approval.
Oh, it's about a 6 months construction once we break
Okay.
ground.
So in a year, right, that tank sits there, does it have the full amount of water in it, or does it only have half because you're only using half the capacity?
No, we'll have the full amount of water in it. Now, there may be seasonal variations that we'll say, well, we always want to make sure is we have enough for the demand at that time of the year for both what's domestic demand plus that fire protection demand that's left in the tank. During certain times of the year, demand is a little less, so you might want to keep a little less water in that tank because your domestic demands go down. There's no irrigation, so that we can maintain, it helps to maintain water age, lower water age, and maintain water quality. So yes, there will be seasonal variations, but the design is to have that tank operated as, from a full position to some drawdown position to a refill back up to the full position.
Where is the closest storage facility for water on your system for the town now?
We don't have one. The closest, we rely on everything relies on pumps.
Constant flow?
Constant pressure booster stations.
So in the event that we lose a feed from the 102 side to the town, this would give us the ability to have fire protection in the event of a major water break?
I want to be, let's say that we lost the Mountain Homes, which is on Mammoth Road.
Yep.
Okay, we lost the use of that booster station either because of water main break upstream or downstream of it, or something fails at the station. The only choice, we don't have any way right now of feeding water into the high pressure zone of this town. This has two pressure zones. One has what we call a pressure grade line of 600 elevation 620, and the other one is at elevation 498 primarily. We could only feed into the 498 system from Derry. So this system, as we're designing it, we can feed from Derry as a source, meet all of our demand. If Mountain Homes was down or that something happened to Manchester, we can go a number of different directions now.
Where are the other booster stations throughout the town right now?
Ooh, we have Mountain Homes, then there's a single feed over at what we call, I think, Maple Haven. It's off of Route 28. I'm trying to remember, Springwood Hills, I'm sorry. In that subdivision, you have the South Road that feeds in from Derry to the south part, and then you have some other, I think, then there's some other standalone systems, like Ministerial Ridge or Hills. There's another booster station at Stonehenge that feeds that McGregor's Cut development and goes up and serves some of the other condominiums that had water issues up there. But, and then we have a feed that comes in from the town of Hudson as well that hits the Hickory Woods. And it goes.
Is there a boosting station?
It's in Hudson.
Like Parmenter or whatever, or that's just a transfer?
I'm trying to remember.
There's an underground vault somewhere
Yeah,
there.
we do have the Gilchrist pressure reducing vault, which takes that high pressure and drops it down. That will go away as part of this project. We won't need that anymore.
Okay.
There are some other small little, there's a couple little small booster stations in town as well, too.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is that this tank and booster station, while it definitely serves the Woodmont project, it will also have significant benefits to the general Londonderry water usage population.
Well, that's correct, but if you do think about it, the size of this, because we knew that this development was going on, we had the Pillsbury came to us and said, we need to serve our development. We couldn't do it otherwise. We combined the two projects, and now we can do pretty much this one project, at 50% of the cost to existing ratepayers, because we're sharing these costs now, because we would be doing a very similar project alone that ratepayers would have to pay for, but the PUC wouldn't necessarily allow us to build it this big.
Does that mean my water bill's gonna go down?
I can never guarantee.
It's like taxes.
Just like your electric bill, Bruce. Yep. It's really funny. Because the old adage is at your house you're paying more for electricity. Well, we're paying more to pump the water.
Sure.
The taxes go up on you. Taxes go up on us.
Yep.
So
So I'll take
yeah.
my planning board hat off for a moment and put my fire department hat on.
Sure thing.
How does this improve the water system for me as a firefighter? Do I have
Absolute-
better pressure, or
Yeah.
do I just have more reliable pressure?
Both. What it will be, what it does is that we now have 2 booster stations that can feed water into that high-pressure zone where we still don't have storage. If we had built the elevated tank that we had proposed back that the zoning board wasn't too enamored with, then we wouldn't have had the issue with the 620 zone. But now, with these booster stations, actually, it was a blessing in disguise because we were able to look at a little bit less expensive alternative that now brings redundancy because we're able to combine that feed from Derry and the feed from Manchester to give essentially the Londonderry 2 sources of obtaining water. So yes, and this station is designed basically to deliver, the Michaels Way would be able to draw off that tank and provide, the design right now is to deliver at the exit of that station 3,500 gallons a minute at 90 PSI. So
With,
hold on to your hose.
So, yeah. So that's a sustained, or that,
That's as long as we have water in the tank, yeah. So that was designed for, I think it was the existing fire flow was about a 2-hour duration, or 2 or 3 hour duration because of the Home Depot. And then the Pillsbury added additional volume on because of the additional requirements that they brought to us that they would want to have for their whatever was there. They didn't want to be limited.
and is there additional capacity within the pumps to increase the pressure above 95 if needed?
We really can't, what we don't want to do is we really can't. We want to maintain that pressure that's there, throughout all the different flow ranges that we have because, number one, by regulation, we can't raise it too high because then you overpressurize the system, which you don't want to do. So what we'd rather do is increase flow, but maintain that pressure level. And that's what that booster station will be designed to do.
So max flow, 3,500 gallons a minute.
Yep, out of that station. Yep, that's what it's designed for.
That's 2 fire trucks. I can pump over that.
Okay.
We have a lot of fire trucks in town.
Good enough. We'll help fill them. Yeah, in
capacity.
the other part is that with the redundant systems, I mean, we feel that we get much more, with this project, we get a much more, the school system, that area of Mammoth Road where the schools are, where we are right now. Actually, if something were to happen in Mountain Homes, we're without water. So this way here, we can bring it from 2 directions. There's a lot of benefits, and the other thing is the existing system just simply needed something like this. Would it have looked just like this? Close, but it might have been a little different. But this is where where we mix the two.
And I know the lateness of the hour, but this is all good information for the public to have. As it sits right now, if we tag, if the fire department takes a hydrant somewhere within this portion of the water district, so we'll say from like the central fire station down to the Young Road Fire Station, we connect one of our fire trucks to it, we can draw the system down far enough that we lose what we call residual pressure, meaning there's not enough flow coming into the fire truck. Does this system improve that situation?
Yes, it will improve it. Now, I could ask Devin, we can run some hydraulic modeling for you, work with the
sounds
fire
exciting.
department to really kind of tell you exactly what that is.
Now you're talking my language.
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, yes, absolutely. And the fact is now like I said, again, we have 2 stations under an emergency conditions that will actually can come on and feed that higher pressure system.
So
Whereas now we only have 1.
I'm liking the words improved capacity and redundancies. That's the take-home message?
Yep.
Very good. That's it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Bruce. I get educated also.
I've educated myself a little bit.
Ted?
So last time I remember this project coming before us, it was going to be quite a bit taller, and the only way it would actually physically work due to the physics was that it had to be a certain height, and at the time we had asked, could this be a shorter, fatter building, and we were told no. But what it sounds like tonight is because of the new pump station, it will actually work with it being shorter and fatter. Is
And
that
the
correct?
transmission main, yes.
Wonderful. So hopefully that'll appease the abutters and everyone else in town that we will not have I think it was a 150-foot tall building before.
It was a tall tower.
So, great.
Jason, Gianni.
So, my only, I think you said your run was like 5,800 or somewhere.
It's just under 5,700 linear
That's
feet.
almost like a mile. Do you have easements for all this?
Yes, so we're working, or Pennachuck is working with Pillsbury, and we're, have draft permanent utility access easements and then a temporary construction easement for the portion of the transmission main and the booster station on lot 10-42 and 10-41.
Do you go over other people's properties other than Wood?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
They're good with it.
They own a lot of land.
And then the Pillsbury right away, and also we're working with the town with the sewer pump station on Pillsbury Road to take our easement around their sewer lift station, so we're
Okay.
working with Mr. Trotter.
Yeah, that was my biggest concern is how does it impact Butters land? And visually, I agree with Jake that you should load it up and minimize the impact to your neighbors.
Thank you.
Load it up with trees and what have you. That's it.
I have no questions, thank you.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I agree with Jake, more trees.
That's it. Make it a fountain.
Must be late, Bruce.
Yeah, it's getting
Lynn?
No, I have nothing else.
Okay, Roger?
You mentioned that you had about a 2-hour drawdown when the fire trucks are sucking out all the water. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, when we build the storage tank, it has certain capacities for, it requires a certain amount of what we call dead storage, water you don't want to drag out of the tank. Then it
Okay.
has, on top of that, it has emergency, which is capacity, which is, that would be the volume expected for a fire flow. So in this case, under most of the town right now, that would be a lower flow, 3-hour fire flow, okay? Whereas for for the Pillsbury side of the equation, it would be a 2-hour but higher flow based on the uses that they would be expecting there. So it has this combination of volume, and then on top of that, we store pretty much what is the average day demand of the system.
Okay. And there is water coming into this, so if it gets drained down, more water's coming
Right.
in.
The Mountain Home Station will kick on and feed water in from the north, and if absolutely necessary, if it's really that bad, the South Road Station will kick on and send another 900 gallons a minute, plus the 1,500 gallons a minute from the north, 900 from the south.
Very good, thank you very much.
Okay, Deb?
Okay, well, I agree also with Jake, and maybe add some shorter bushes, that brush as well. It should really be a good wall. I'm looking at a picture here, and it is not a very dense forest. It seems very barren from the picture that I'm looking at. So I really think out of courtesy to those people that live there, it would be wise of you to do that. And I'm glad that you're not doing the 156-foot water tower, and you switch to this tank. Now the tank, it doesn't pull up anything at that area from the ground, is that correct?
No, it's not.
Okay. Well, because I'm concerned about people who live there who are on wells, if you're sucking in that general facility, would dry up their wells. You said it's gonna be 12-inch pipes? Or 16?
The transmission main is going to be 16.
Because I'm trying to understand, like on Mammoth Road, I know they're 8-inch pipes. Now you're talking about, force of water, a lot of water coming through, and water, you have a 16-inch pipe going into 8-inch pipe, or 12-inch, then into an 8-inch, back into a 12. Is there gonna be consistency with the inches of pipes throughout the town?
This is the transmission main from the storage tank. There'll be a water main connecting the tank down to the booster station, all the way to.
I understand what you're
That'll
building
be
now,
all
but I'm talking, because he kept mentioning Mountain Estates, and I know the one on Mammoth Road is much smaller
Right,
diameter, and that
let
is
me-
an issue. And I mean, we've brought it
Right.
up at the Water Commission up the state, so.
There's a section of it,
Yeah.
Yeah,
north of
That's
of
what
Mountain Home.
it goes bigger than smaller.
Right.
But
and-
most of it is off to the west
But that
in a
affects
development.
it affects the flow.
What it does is if we were to try to say we were gonna fight fires from the Mammoth Home Station and drawing water through that, that would certainly, it certainly is a restriction. The interesting part of that is that we can, your average day demand, enough to fill the tanks, you can fit plenty of water down through there, but it's just that 3,500 gallons a minute is not gonna happen through that Mammoth Road connection. And we don't, once we have storage, which creates the resiliency and the redundancy, that water that we need to fight emergencies will come from the storage tank, and we don't rely on our sources. Yes, at some point, if there's an emergency, a real bad emergency, those sources will kick on, and we can count those as being added sources of supply. Regarding the transmission main, that 16-inch line will come down, tie into the booster station, but it will also connect to the lower pressure zone. So anything that is not in that constant pumping scenario, the high pressure zone, everything below is going to be floating off that tank. So if you go down to the Home Depot and you start drawing down there, that water is coming down through the transmission main, right from the tank, right to that hydrant, right into your pumper. So that is actually if we were to design this system from the start, we would have had something like that. But this way the system built, though, historically, it was just pieces and pieces and pieces. You would never build a water system this way again.
I do understand
Yeah.
that, but I guess I'm asking is, as you're doing this, are you going to upgrade anything else that needs to be upgraded to make the system more effective and efficient within our town?
Right.
And I guess my other question is, where exactly did you say, and I maybe have missed it, that the water comes to fill this tank? Where is it coming from exactly?
Two things. There's the two sources of supply. We purchase water from Manchester through what we call the Cohas feeder on
they
Rockingham
run it
Road,
through
coming
there.
down Mammoth Road.
Yep.
And from the
From
town
Derry.
of Derry on South Road. So
I
those are our
missed
two
part of
sources.
that.
So
I'm
the
sorry.
Does it
ultimate,
go down Pillsbury and then?
it comes down, to get over, it comes down here, goes across Pillsbury, and then hits down in Michael's Way and does Gilcrest Road and all those other lines.
And you did say, again, back to, is it 12 or 16 inch?
It's going to be a 16-inch transmission main.
Okay, because I thought I heard
Yep.
12 somewhere, and
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure, because that's the better size pipe. Also, I was going to say something, and I totally forgot, and I'm
But
so
you're
sorry.
spot on about your choke point. Your choke point is where the
Right.
two systems, where you transition from Manchester to Pennachuck. That's your short.
Well,
tight
that's why,
diameter.
remember when that somebody came here and they're talking about building, and I said you should, because eventually they're gonna have to dig up what they put in. I was
Yeah.
trying to save the money. Anyway, yeah, I mean, do you think that is something you guys can do
it
or
is
look
on our
at? It's a
it is-
small area of,
It's on our long-term radar, and now we have had, I will say this, we've had inquiries about that area of Mammoth Road, such that if it were to develop, then we'd be looking for those private sectors to help.
well, not so
do
much
that.
developed, but I mean, we have
what I'm saying-
such
if
bad
I can
water.
finish, the amount that we can invest is only so much. So with the investment of the tank and the investment of the transmission main and the investment of the booster station, we resolve those redundancy, resiliency issues. We can fit and pump enough water through that 8-inch line to meet the average day demand of this system without any problem, as long as we're not relying on solely that 8-inch line to fight fires, which now we have the storage tank, which meets the DES's requirements that we're required to do. We spend just enough to improve the system, but not overspend to solve a problem, so that we end up having to put more burden on the ratepayers.
well, now I'd like to finish. So you guys can go to the Water Trust Fund, you can go to ARPA, and there are funds out there. Because of the contamination in Londonderry and that area, you could be thinking about running more pipelines down Shasta and in that area, which would help with the contamination, offering the fact that if people do connect to water, they're going to get $10,000 from the state to hook up to your water, which is going to produce a lot of money for you in the long run.
Let me put it this way: the amount of money that we would collect, okay, is not going to offset the property taxes that we'll have to pay on the water main that we own. Okay, so remember, there's an expense associated with that. So, and the other thing, as a regulated utility, as a regulated utility, we can't put water mains in based on speculation. We don't know who will connect, when they will connect, so we, by rule, by law, we cannot do that. So what is also interesting is, with respect to what's going on with the contamination and other things, those are some other discussions, but we actually would have, even if we were to get the money paid for by the trust fund to do that for free, right?
Yep.
That free money.
Well,
Okay,
sort
we
of.
would have to go to the PUC to say, okay, you're getting this free money, that's great, but what is still the burden on existing customers? If we put $9 million worth of water main in the ground and we don't have any customers, just this is, to be clear here, we don't have any customers, we are still going to get property taxes charged us by the town of Londonderry that we then have to go and seek reimbursement from existing ratepayers. We can't do anything like that to put that burden on existing ratepayers. Here, the system needs a tank for security, redundancy, and a number of other things. It benefits existing customers. And of course, now we've had the economy of scale where we can get a partner that can build this and minimize that impact on existing ratepayers.
Is the Mountain Home pump station, is that bi-directional flow? Does it go north on Mammoth Road,
No.
or does it just take water down Mammoth Road and push it?
Correction, there is a pipeline that comes around, because remember there was a cul-de-sac development that wraps around the backside up to the north of Mountain Homes. That actually tapped in when they ran the water main, they ran down the
Where I live.
high pressure zone. Yep, so that's on the high pressure zone. Yep. But everybody else coming down would be on that.
The other side of
Yeah,
that.
whatever that, it's what they call a 460 grade line from Manchester, whereas you're on the 620 grade line from Mountain Homes.
So Ian's left, Art.
I got
Okay,
good pressure.
Yeah, there you go.
Ann's writing, so I'll let her write.
You might want to stand up and answer some questions.
They were supposed to answer all the questions.
You're
We're done
getting
with them.
so good at it. I have a question from a member of the public
Sure.
who's not here. Is there a monitoring well on the site?
There is a monitoring well there. What we did was we put let me step back. That area, that piece of property was where the old pump house and wells were that served the Gordon Drive. It was a small community system that consumers owned. The well quality there and the flow from those wells went really south. It wasn't good. Hence, is it Kit Lane or Kit Road that comes up?
Yep.
Consumers extended water all the way up there and tied in. That's where if you come in by the driveway, there's a manhole with a pressure relief valve that's sitting there that ties into Gordon Drive. So our previous owner abandoned that system because the wells had poor water quality and poor capacity.
Is that why there's that one random fire hydrant at the end of that drive?
Yes, and so we can actually flush that 12-inch line out that goes up there. So anyway, so the monitoring well that we did install there was for construction purposes. We wanted to know where the groundwater was, because if we were building a tank and we're digging for a foundation,
Right.
the cost of that foundation, if you're digging in the water table and having to de-water and everything, we wanted to be able to tell the contractor what they were going to get into. So we've been monitoring that just for water levels, and primarily just for construction purposes. That is right almost dead center of where the tank is going to go, and what we'll do is that'll be removed when we actually build the tank.
Okay. Now, is there any noise emanating from the water tank or the equipment that's there?
None.
Okay,
It's very quiet neighbor.
okay. Because you were talking about it filling up, and I don't know if there was any sounds off that. I know when I turn my faucet on, I hear sounds. But okay, now, is there a gate, a locked gate or anything on your property there?
Right now, no. I mean, a lot of people there's that walkway that goes down to Spring Road, and it is what it is, and we're not going to,
Yeah, it was served
actually, it's
as
nice
a
because
cut-through-
people have,
Cut
you
through
know,
to Woodmont.
given us a call and said something's going on up there, and we've been able to check it out. So it's kind of helps in that security and police. But we will be required to put a fence around the tank because of security rules that we're under right now to prevent access to the tank and stuff. And there will be a gate, because we just don't want people to go driving in there, and then that road's kind of wet. We would hate to see them get stuck and then cause a problem and stuff. But
So those residents will still have access to it?
we don't, no problem. We're not going to restrict
Okay.
access.
That's good to know.
Now, if it was a well and a well site, then we probably would, but where it's this tank and it's secured with a
Enclosed.
fence, we're not gonna.
Okay. I think I heard you already answer this, but could you say again, from which direction would the work take place? From Gordon Drive or from the Woodmont side of the property?
It
The
will-
access, all the heavy equipment into the site?
It will take place from Gordon Drive, so the construction, yes, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a change from the
That-
tank?
Yes, that's the different one. One of the things that we had to do is when we looked at making this, remember when I was here, when I was at the zoning board, that elevated tank was really the least cost option. When we looked at coming up from there, we could afford, the idea of coming in from across the Woodmont property was, looked as a real option for us. Having said that, we now looked at, when we did the extensive wetland survey, and we think there was some wetlands up in there that we would have had to avoid, and that would really increase that. It's really not a feasible thing at this point, such that, the right way to really come off of is come off of Gordon Drive, and for the probably 6-month construction period will be the time that you'll see, vehicle, that'll be the heaviest use and the most intense time. After it's built, it'll be maybe a pickup truck a week, and maybe our lawn mowing crew once every other week that will come up and, make sure that the grass is mowed and other things are done up there. And I know that Mr. Trottier is going to make sure that we take good care of Gordon Drive and the roads and.
Public road.
Yeah, so we.
How about the spur? That's a town access point, right? I think they called it Gordon Drive Spur, in the spur off of Gordon Drive to get to this property.
So it's access to that property.
Is it owned by the town?
I don't believe, again, I believe it's a paper right-of-way. So it was probably deeded to the town at one time.
Yeah.
So again, but it's access to their property.
Right, I totally understand that. I was just wondering who owned it. I think that's all I have now, because a lot of the questions have been answered for me. Nothing else, then. Okay, thank you.
All set, Andy?
Yep, I'm all set.
Are there any abutters or anyone from the public that have any questions, comments, and concerns on both site plans here? So, yep, come to the podium, and I need your name and address, please.
Rachel Lassard, 38 Kit Lane.
I'm the other half, Michael, Kit Lane.
Just a statement regarding the density of the tree. We live literally like a couple hundred feet from where this will be. The trees in that area are all falling over. It's not as dense as it used to be. I noticed on one of the plans, I thought that there were trees, more shrubbery or trees, but it looks like there's only 5 trees. Is that correct?
That's what we're showing on this plan. Yes.
We're the property to the left there, all the way to the left. Nope.
Down one more.
Bottom left.
Yeah, right there.
What we see out of our backyard is, it's a forest that's in a change, it's an old forest and everything is all blown down.
I mean, trees fall on our,
And we can see
on our wall, on our
a
land.
good 200-300
you know.
feet out into there. I just don't want to be looking at a water tank for the rest of my life.
And the other thing that you had mentioned, I believe, was that it would be an earth tone. I don't see that anywhere listed in there that it will be an earth tone, because I know that darker paints are more expensive. I don't know exactly if
Why is
that's,
this not white?
No, it isn't. We're flexible. I mean, town can pick out the color for all we're concerned. Yeah, if you want to pick it out.
What about, is there any blasting that's gonna go along with this?
No.
No.
and
How about drilling?
yeah, and that's the type of thing that we're concerned about, because, years ago, we had a problem with our well, needing like a water conditioner or different things, and these things get pretty expensive. So we had actually called Pennachuck to say, we would like to hook up, because there is that hydrant right on the corner of Spring, which is not a real road going all the way through. But we didn't get any response from that. So our concern is that if our water goes dry, what are we gonna do? You know, you're gonna be doing a lot of work in there. What happens to us if something goes wrong with our
We
well?
won't be doing any well drilling or anything in that.
But when you dig up those other the wells that were there before?
Yeah, no, there are existing wells there. We're gonna decommission those per the state
Okay, so they're not
standard.
really being dug up or anything?
No, they'll be decommissioned by a licensed contractor to do that type of work, and then they get recorded at the state DES. Yeah, so they're
Okay.
not dug up there.
And then the tank, does it go on like a pad of some type,
Yes,
or?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah, we don't anticipate any ledge or anything in that area.
yeah, it's pretty wet. It's really wet, and the trees are all falling down, pretty much.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Yes, ma'am, name and address, please.
Hi, Joy Dean O'Connor. I'm at 18 Gordon Drive. And thank you to the planning board for talking about needing more trees. It is not a dense forest right there at all. I'm concerned about seeing this. I'm very pleased also that it is not 150 feet and down lower. So thank you for your support with that. I think that's important. And no, we don't want this in our backyard. And of course, there's sort of that frustration of Woodmont Commons is here, why isn't it down there? Understand that it needs to be up on top of a hill, and there's a purpose of physics behind it. But so there are some frustrations from those of us who live on Gordon Drive. But thank you for your support with this help covering it up.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Oh, I was looking for the public, Ian. Pardon me.
That's okay.
I don't see any more from the public, so I'll bring it back to the board. So, Ann?
Okay. I do have the picture of the property and the aerial view from the spring of this year, and it does look like it's practically all deciduous trees in there with a sprinkling of, looks like evergreens there. So you might want to even put something in front of your gated area, you know, the area that's surrounded by the fence, closer to the property. You might want to explore doing that also, and not just limit it to inside your gated area. So, because from what I'm seeing here, all I'm seeing practically is brown with a green sprinkle, just a sprinkling of it in there. So a good portion of the year, it's going to be exposed.
It's a mature forest. And we certainly can look, and I mean, obviously the takeaway is to try to screen this a little better. And we will look at that and add to the existing plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Bruce?
Two more questions. I don't know who they're directed at. Whoever designed the tank, is the height of the tank a factor of the design of the system, or is the height of the tank just the constraints of the piece that you're putting it on?
Yeah, we wanted to comply with the zoning ordinances, so that's the height. And we also had to comply with the hydraulic grade line of the 498 pressure zone. So the highest water level is 498 to match that lower pressure zone.
Okay.
So it's 2.
And the height of the tank was
35 foot.
35 feet. So
Nothing.
about the height of a single-family two-story house. And then, can Kit Lane get on the water system? Or there's water there anyway, isn't there?
Well, no, I mean, there's a number of, I want to be careful how I approach this. Right now, we get our water from Manchester. There's there's a limited capacity that Manchester has. Everybody thinks, Manchester's a big water utility, but they have their limitations and requirements. They made commitments to the Southern New Hampshire Regional Water System, which some of you may or may not be aware of. But our agreement allows us to purchase a certain amount of water from the city of Manchester. And we're pretty much getting close to that limit that whereby we'd have to have a discussion with them. To say that, and there's a number of moving parts because all of you, the town has commissioned a study of their water, what they would need for water to address PFOA and a number of things. There's a number of small community water systems that have already approached us, and the DES has provided, revolving loan funds. Some of it's going to be drinking water and groundwater trust fund, so that they can get off of their contaminated wells and tie into this system. The big takeaway that the DES understands is that we are, the source is not unlimited from Manchester, and they're working with this, what's called the Southern New Hampshire, South Central Regional Water Study that Devon's firm is working on with the DES in cooperation with Manchester Water Works, Pennachuck Water Works, and other stakeholders to try to figure out what's the best solution. We don't necessarily know what that target is or what that is just yet, but to say that if for instance, if somebody came to us and says, we got 400 homes that we want to tie into the system because they have contaminated wells, we'd have to say time out because we haven't sorted out that real true source of supply side of things at this point in time. So there's infilling that we're seeing on the existing system, which we've accounted for in this project here, just the existing system, but larger scale system expansion. If somebody had a water main in front of their house, we really can't say no to them to tie in because they have a well. But if it was going to be an extension for multiple large-scale use, meaning hundreds of homes or those community water systems, right now those are still in kind of limbo, and we're trying to see where the DES is going to support other system expansions to make sure that those projects can be carried out. Because right now, if we were to say connect, the DES would be knocking on our door saying you don't have enough water to serve them. And so we've had to say to the DES, we really need you to help, your help at coming up with a solution for this. So we'll see where that goes.
But does building this tank give you the ability to add those already existing customers that would want to add?
Right. If that, what we did was when we sized this, we looked at our existing water mains, okay, where they were, no system expansion or anything. We said, okay, we have there's an opportunity for certain areas to be developed and other people that infill. People may not be on the water system already now. We counted those up. We said, okay, we got about another 300-400 equivalent units that we could include as part of this that will come in and add to this system from the existing thing. And that was in our portion of the calculation. And then there was the needs for the Woodmont Commons side of the calculation. But yes, there can be infill. If somebody were to come to us today and say, I've got a contaminated well, your pipes are right there in the street, can I tie in? We're not going to say no. But if it means running a water main 3-4 miles and putting in many miles for more homes, that's going to be a real problem for the sources of supply for the water system. So,
I do have one last question.
Okay, Ann.
Just last one. Will there be any clearing of areas within your property for equipment or staging while you're building? Clearing it out to,
I mean,
Oh.
sorry.
Sure.
I didn't know if you were going to take it or not. So the limits of clearing that we show, which is the thicker arced line, kind of around the water tank, that's essentially the staging area for construction of the tank.
So you can get in all your equipment, I'm talking about the trucks and the construction equipment within that small area?
I mean, more or less, yes. It's a 15-foot paved drive, and maybe the entrance area and the turnoff area might be, there's going to be a construction exit and entrance during that phase, and then it'll be finished with a crushed gravel driveway at the end. But for all intents and purposes, that's the limits of what they need to access the site.
Not just to access while they're working on construction.
Yeah.
And
So
they
Yes,
where they're
yes.
showing, where they're showing the 5 trees, that's the laydown area.
Correct.
That's where they're gonna be, that's where the job trailer will be, that's where the concrete trucks will be washing out, that's what that area is.
They'll be able to get in that narrow driveway all the
Absolutely.
way into it? Okay.
Can I just add that we did coordinate with the specialty contractors that do this work, and they did review the site plans and give us proposed staging areas, which this is based on.
Okay. As long as the equipment can get in there, turn around and all that without having a need to take out more trees or whatever, then you need.
They'll have to bring a crane in, so they've looked, as Devin said, they've looked at this plan, and this is what we need.
Okay. That's it.
Oh,
I
okay.
promise.
Anything else pops up, let me know. Let's see, we have, I just want, well, everyone from the public has commented. Yes, so we'll bring it back to the board. We have, okay, under the tank plan,
Two waivers.
we have two waivers.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant the two waivers that have been requested for the tank plan.
Second.
Motion by Al, second by Ted. Any discussion by the board on the waivers? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Census shares affirmative, and the two waivers have been granted. We have a conditional use permit, so,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval of site plan for the construction of a
conditional use permit.
Oh,
That's from the Conservation Commission, right, Kelly? You have,
That's correct. I don't have the motion outlined for you, but I would recommend saying within the motion you just highlighted, associated conditional use permit.
okay, I'll go with that language.
It's the simplest way I can put it at this point.
Okay, motion by Al, second by Ted, for the conditional use permit from the Conservation Commission, or recommended by the Conservation Commission. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions? Chair votes affirmative, and the conditional use permit has been granted. Now we go right to the.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval of site plan for the construction of a proposed 6,709 square foot water tank, 1.25 million gallons, and associated site improvements, which includes a proposed 5,650 linear feet transmission water main, beginning at the proposed water tank located at 7 rear Gordon Drive, map 10, lot 142, and ending at the proposed booster station located at Michael's Way Marketplace Drive, map 10, lot 41, 7 rear Gordon Drive, map 10, lot 142, zoned AR1, Pennachuck East Utility Incorporated, owner and applicant, in accordance with plans prepared by Meridian Land Services Incorporated, dated June 6, 2022, last revised November 17th, 2022, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of the approval, and prior to plan signature and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled, as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated December 7th, 2022.
Second. Oh, I'm glad you came, Al.
I gotta, all right to include the increased vegetation?
Yeah,
I
would
think
that be a condition that would be
be-
dense arborvitae
Yeah, that'd be.
buffer to go around the entirety of the fence?
Yeah,
Is
that
how
would
we
be an
want
added,
that?
added condition of, I think, of trees that we talked about, the arborvitae. I think the intent is to provide as much screening as possible, which would be facing, to the north and facing to the west.
I think we would have to have that southwestish.
Yeah, so it'd be, along here,
Correct.
here,
Yep.
here.
Yep.
Should there also be a conditional use if these trees die within a year, they have to be replaced? That you can't just leave them dead?
That's probably more in the area of enforcement
Okay.
than any, we don't have that power. It'd be nice, it'd be nice to.
I'm
have
just
it, but I
thinking,
don't
because
think
like if they don't take, like, because if we have a extreme cold or drought or whatever.
Can you add a height requirement for the,
8 to 10 foot minimum.
like an 8 to 10 foot minimum screen? Or too,
4-foot arborvitae's through the whole thing.
too restrictive?
It's up to the board what type of screening you
So
want.
a condition that would
What's the
be
condition?
dense 8 to 10 foot arborvitae buffer to surround the
Yeah,
northeast to southwest section of the fencing. Is that appropriate?
That's what the board consensus is.
Yeah. The board consensus, we'll add it to Al's motion.
And is the applicant amenable to that?
You don't think, can I recommend a more obtainable 6 to 8 arborvitaes? I mean, they grow
Oh,
fast.
you can get 8 to 10s, don't you worry.
I know you can, but I mean, they're more readily available and they grow, I mean, if you want to go 8 to 10s, that's fine.
8 to 10s.
I think we're trying to,
For that weevil,
you know,
too.
we've got to screen to the best of our abilities for the, you know.
No, that's fine.
I mean, I don't know if it's worth putting in some kind of language that is essentially like an or equal, because I know there's fencing that you can get that provides the same type of screening, maybe in conjunction with arborvitaes that aren't, maybe if the 8 to 10 footers aren't available for whatever reason.
We'll do the 8
I mean, you know.
Let's do the 8 to 10s.
Don't raise my water bill.
Yeah. That's worth-
Okay, does someone,
Have you got that, Kelly?
okay,
So, I
wait
know
a minute,
best
wait a
guy.
minute.
Okay.
I made a motion. If we're
That's
gonna
okay if
add
you want.
anything to the motion, then I want to hear what the language of that addition would be, please. Somebody make the language.
I would say that we have.
yes.
It'll be in the
addition-
meeting minutes, right?
It'll be in the meeting minutes and notice of decision.
And then they could always be edited when we look at the meeting minutes for approval.
Yes, I was looking at Beth anyway, because she takes extremely good minutes.
This is also recorded.
Yes.
So I think we're good.
So
I think what I had stated is
intent
good.
Maybe just say, and, you know.
Okay, so
add additional screening.
we add additional screening, 8 to 10 feet high.
A dense 8 to 10 foot arborvitae buffer from the northeast to the southwest side of this property.
Thank you for
Along the
adding that
fence.
to the motion. I appreciate that.
Anytime.
Okay,
And I will second the motion.
Okay, motion made, motion seconded, and we have an added condition. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, shares affirmative. And the site plan for the tank is conditionally approved. We have one more to go, which is the booster station.
You got it in you for this one, Al, too?
I think I can handle it.
Please,
Just say so moved.
Do the waivers.
Mr. Chair,
Do the waivers.
There are no waivers.
No waivers.
please include the CUP as well in this one,
We have to add the CUP.
related to the transition.
Okay, I make a motion to add the CUP, that's what, from the Conservation Commission?
Yes.
Supported by the
Conservation Commission?
Conservation Commission, recommended for approval by staff.
Okay, so move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Al, second by Ted. Any discussion on the booster station? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, sheriff's affirmative, and motion carries, and
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to grant conditional approval of the site plan for the construction of a proposed 1,200 square foot booster station and associated site improvements, which includes a proposed 5,650 linear feet transmission water main, beginning at the proposed water tank located at 7 Rear Gordon Drive, map 10, lot 142, and ending at the proposed booster station located at Michael's Way Marketplace Drive, map 10, lot 41, Michael's Way Marketplace Drive, map 10, lot 41, zoned Woodmont Commons, PUD, Pennachuck East Utility Incorporated applicant, and Pillsbury Realty Development LLC owner, in accordance with plans prepared by Meridian Land Services Incorporated, dated June 6, 2022, and last revised November 17, 2022, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of the approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated December 7th, 2022.
Second.
motion by Al, second by Ted. And my left ear is the bad one. Okay, any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair was affirmative, and motion is approved. And we have conditional approval on the booster station.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Just want to remind everyone, next Wednesday, 5:30.
5:30, we're all good.
Thank you very much, town staff. Long
I don't
night.
have any other
Thank
business,
you.
so Devin's made a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Bruce. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.
Thank you very much.